got a really ugly bag of holding.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story. I did say 1 minute. I did say it.
You did.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a thrice weekly campaign set in the wonderful, beautiful world of Imea. We are here with our lovely folks, the New Moon, although you don't know because I don't have it flipped yet. Now it's just showing Kofi. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, this is New Moon. Everybody take a look at the camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
We have a really ugly bag of holding.
It's really ugly.
We need to
put the image up sometime.
Let that be the, like, please, Matt, just be the person that, like, you just automatically have something different you say every time when everybody says hi. That's your thing.
I can do that. That's my shtick now.
That's your shtick. All right. Enough fooling around. Hello. Welcome. Before we start, we have a couple of announcements to jump into. Real quick. First things first, we have our 4th Imea campaign. So right now, for those of you who don't know, if you're just watching this for the first time or whatever, first off, welcome. Second off, this is a campaign that is connected to 2 other campaigns. They are all in the same world, happening at the same time. So we have the New Moon for Tuesdays, we have the Mongoose Crew for Wednesdays, and we have the Unearthed Arcanum for Fridays. We are adding a 4th campaign to this wonderful, beautiful world of Imea, and that is known as, right now, known as Tales of Imea, the Isles. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, because we still need players for that, for one. Sorry, 1 second. I got to bring this music down a little bit. All right. Cool. Yes, so the Tales of Imea, the Isles, is a campaign that is designed in the same homebrew world of Imea, so a kind of high fantasy world mixed in with some gritty undertones, some heavy dark stuff, some light funny stuff. It's a smorgasbord of stuff. For the Isles, we move south of South Imea to a place that most people have no idea that it even exists. Especially if you are from South Imea. This world is currently just known as the Isles. It's an area that is teeming with tropical life of all forms and differences. We have palm trees and nice breezy white sand beaches. We have beautiful shiny blue water. We have creatures that are on the land, in the water, in the air that will eat your face off and have no problems doing that. We'll have crazy, deep, dark ruins and secrets and lore that actually predates Imea itself. So if you're interested in doing that stuff and jumping into a sort of tropical style campaign, building onto like that kind of like piratey style, please jump in. We will be starting on the 27th. We have 3 players right now who are going to be joining us on that, and I am very excited to get that going. But we need a couple more. So if you have any questions or if you want to sign up for that, first up we have our link in the video description. If you're watching this on YouTube, and I will be posting it in the private chat here as we continue on. So here is the link for that. Awesome. Next, Chris. Actually, I think Chris and Matt. Are you guys? I think Matt, you said you're joining this Saturday. Is that still the case?
I am planning on it. Yes.
Okay. Cool. So we have Chris. Are you joining?
Probably not this weekend.
Okay. Gotcha. So we have our Steinhardt's Guide to the Eldritch Hunt. This is our drop-in, drop-out campaign that we started right at the beginning of October as kind of our like Halloween-y sort of design of the spooky, dark, gothic horror setting of Steinhardt's Guide. It's a 5e supplement that is specifically built more towards like those who are really interested in like if you were a big player of Dark Souls or Bloodborne, or into the really kind of like dark gothic sort of setting with monsters hunting monsters and being this kind of like bulked up sort of super version, distorted humanoid entities, we could say. There are some really cool custom subclasses, custom spells, custom feats, all brand new different type of enemies. There's one new class that you can even play as. It's really cool. So it's a very fun time. And it's drop in, drop out, which means that you can join for 1 session or 4 sessions or 5 sessions, or take a break in between and jump in, whatever. And you'll kind of pick up, not necessarily where you left off level-wise, but you can jump right in with that same character. So as long as they don't die, which is a very big possibility as well in this. So actually, yeah, that's the only thing I will say is that I don't recommend it for anyone who has never played D&D before, as it is a tiny bit crunchier and has a lot of like custom sort of added pieces to it, including a madness system. But if you are interested in playing our first session, your first session, your first session, no, just your first session, is free. So if you're wanting to kind of just get your feet with it and just kind of get the idea of like, I don't know, give it a shot and see what happens, please do so. It is free. That first session, there's no cost to you on that, other than your time and your joy points, however you want to look at them. Joy points, you get what I'm saying. Joy points. I'm saying it'll be fun. That's what I'm saying. Do you get it? Chris, it'll be fun, right? Matt, it'll be fun, right?
Yes, it will be fun.
You know, it's what you make of it, really. We're just here to have fun and just
I've heard
enjoy
fun
each
things.
other's. We're happy to enjoy each other's company. It's about the journey, not the destination. And the destination for this is, as with all Eldritch horror, killing God, probably.
Killing God. Every version of said creature, said form,
That's
said
fair.
entity. Yes. Anyways, yes, please come play. It'll be Saturdays and Sundays every week up until probably about like around Christmas time. I think we're going to end of December, so we're going to probably kind of call it from there. We are currently at our level 5 session. I'm very excited for those who are jumping in on Saturday. We actually did our Sunday campaign. We ran a Sunday campaign for what Saturday is going through, so I've already kind of run through a little bit of it. Oh my gosh. Mwah. So good. So good. Guys, for you because you guys, I assume you hopefully thought the first sort of arc of that was good. This is even better. It's really cool. So please just join. Just do it. Just do it if you can. If not, I get it. But you should. Lastly, on that, we have our Candela Obscura homebrew campaign. That is the Shadows of the North Shore. For those of you who are not familiar with Candela Obscura, it was something that was developed by the by team members of the Critical Role family. They've been running. They just finished up their second sort of mini campaign, which was unbelievable. Crazy long sessions. That last one was like 6 hours long, but it's an awesome game. Very easy for those who have never really done a lot of like dice games before, or kind of just starting out with that. One of the easiest systems to run. We did a sort of playtest of that session about 3 months ago, maybe a little over 3 months ago now, with a couple of our friends here. You guys are in it. And yeah, so first off, actually go ahead and check that out, because that was a really fun bit of art, we'll say, in that. But yes, Shadows of the North Shore, cosmic horror game set in the year 1901 in North Shore, Massachusetts. So we're putting a little more of a real world spin on that. So if you're interested in checking that out, I'm putting the link in now. And feel free at any point just to ask me any sort of questions that you have on here. You can also get in touch with me with any of our like social media links as well. which I'll be posting here as well. So we have that TikTok, Instagram, all that good stuff. All right. I believe that is it for any announcements with that. So before we begin, I believe we have Chelsea giving us the where we left off for our new moon.
Oh boy. Okay. Here we go. So we started off. We got attacked by a couple of. Wait, Brandon sent how to pronounce this.
It's hard.
Ixitzachital?
Do it again. Sorry, I was listening to someone else. Go ahead.
Ixitzachital?
Oh, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
Exitzachital.
Exitzachital.
Exit.
Giant stingrays.
Chittle.
We add a baby, eats a boy.
Yeah, basically. So,
anyways,
we fought
those
these
things.
things. They were nasty. But we managed to live. Go us. After the big fight, Adim was investigating one of them, and a Triton arm fell out that had a bracelet on it that indicated this Triton was not highborn. It appeared that the maw of the is about the same size of what killed the sea elf that Adim and I found a couple weeks ago. There was something tattooed on the Triton, magic is in the blood, which kind of triggered something that Tal had said. Something about tides of change. I don't know. And then we finally got the chest open. And Bixby went through and identified all of our loot. I got some good stuff. And people talked to each other. Chats were had. Kofi is very mad at us and very depressed. Rightfully so. On both accounts.
Yeah, he's just checked out right now. He's just fully checked out.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Yeah, cool, awesome.
That's what I got.
So
that's what I wrote.
That was
down.
great. Do we miss anything? I did miss some of that as I was checking the volume. I am pretty low. I don't know why. Am I louder now? Do you guys notice a difference?
Yes,
now?
you are.
Yep.
Louder.
Okay, cool.
In a good way.
I'm wondering if, because your voice is lower, probably from being sick. So I'm wondering if that's
maybe. Yeah, I got the Barry White thing going on.
a little bit.
Cool. So let's go ahead and yeah. So do we miss anything? Just up top.
No.
Titian sort of took Kofi, sort of put Kofi under arrest for holding a knife to Aaron's throat. No one liked it, including Titian. Very bad times. That also just sent Kofi spiraling even further. And then there's conversations with Ewolf.
That's right.
Oh, and Adim and Aaron start making nice too.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they're almost friends.
Yeah.
I will add.
Kill him again.
I will add the only point of story lore that we did get was that the inscription that Adim found on the thing's neck is related to the big bad Tal and his message to the world.
Yeah.
And it shows that the effects are not just on the land, but it's going into the water too. There's
Below the surface.
Yeah.
Yep.
When I was able to harvest.
Anybody remember what the saying was?
It said that magic is in the blood. I wrote that down.
I said that.
In the blood.
Yes, you did. And Bix was also able to harvest one of the electrical glands off of the exochitals too.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Cool. All right. So with that, I think we're going to kind of just jump in straight into that. So here's what I would like to do in starting our session tonight. What I imagine we start out with is we're kind of moving into the morning after, right? So basically everybody's kind of like waking up. They're starting to kind of get into their sort of space. We kind of move about the cabin areas, and we see like sheets, and for Ianthe, probably like a really nice like velour blanket or something. I just imagine that Ianthe has like standards,
Silk
like I will
pillowcase.
silk
good for your hair.
pillowcase. Yeah.
It's better for your hair.
Also, oh, actually, it should be that like really Ianthe just the movement of that was Ianthe just turning over, to get that extra 5 minutes in, maybe.
Oh, 100%.
Cool. So as we kind of see this from this like sort of weird kind of skeletal, come on, music, play music. There we go. Sort of skeleton of the like kind of being in the ceiling of the bottom deck of the ship. We kind of hit a sort of like fade to black and are starting to kind of come up from the floorboards of, and we see some little goblin feet, possibly either standing or sitting, kind of like maybe dangling on a chair. Chris, you can tell me, but where do we see Bixeldan as you are identifying the items in front of you?
I am probably within 5 feet of Alyssa, and probably sitting crisscross applesauce on the floor with my identifying pearl, just sitting right in front of a chest with it open, just spinning 11 minutes basically per item, just figuring out what they are, what they do,
Yeah.
and just kind of getting a good look and kind of checking off like, this would be good for this would be good for this kind of thing.
Do you have like are we like pen and papering it? What do you
Oh,
what do you think
absolutely.
you're-
I'm writing down everything because I've got my, because I probably, before I even fell asleep, even though I was exhausted, I had my sketch ideas with the Ixochitl gland, the arcane battery I remember from the cart that we don't have anymore. So I've got ideas going there on top of writing down what all this is and what could be making it work, and probably my conjecture on how is it possible, what did they use to make it, type of things.
Cool. So getting a visual of the room, we kind of see this like sort of open hammock that's kind of like cross jointed from the end to end on this room, which is I would say it's probably not necessarily your room, but you could certainly have said no, this is my room.
Yeah.
Is that what we're dealing with?
I just see myself wanting to be where Alyssa is, probably.
Right. I'm asking. Have you made this your room in terms
Yeah.
of like? Have you slept here?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Got it. So I think we see maybe like a little bit of like we see your like kind of your pack kind of in the corner of a room. We see this like maybe sort of extended out, sort of smaller bedroll, kind of leaning up against the side of the corner of the boards. Looking at Bixeldan, sitting down, crisscross applesauce. All of your smaller form, kind of even scrunched in smaller, as you are kind of leaning down over this little. What do you imagine it looks like? Is it like a notebook that you're flipping through? What do you think?
Well, it'd be like, I think it's probably almost spell book size, but it's not a spell book. It's just a big, thick leather book that I've just got to take notes in.
You got it. Awesome. Like the binding is like breaking on it and all
Yeah.
that stuff from the con
With all
stuff.
my
Yeah.
machinations and thoughts, yes.
Awesome. In front of Bixeldan, we see this chest, probably sitting like just below your kind of like nose level. We see it open and all of the pieces. Actually, it's probably like even like tipped towards you. I think maybe thinking about it. All the pieces are kind of like sort of strewn about on the floor, and we see kind of like leaning up against the cover, maybe even holding the top cover of that chest open is the flash of this trident that seems to kind of gleam in the sunlight pouring in from a porthole window. Awesome. As you're looking through this, I imagine you're kind of dividing this into piles, maybe, or like into separate sort of pieces. Based on the list that I just sent you, where do you think these items are going?
Okay, let me get to my list.
Sure.
Well, probably the first thing is I've got like probably putting jewelry type stuff together.
Okay.
So the first thing would be that mermaid's tear pendant would be kind of in a pile with the ring and the locket and the
Hmm.
gem are probably all just kind of together. I'm sorting them by what they are, then I'll sort them by function later. And then
Okay.
then I've just kind of got the random items together, which would be the shell, the bottle, the shell in the bottle, and then I probably have that cloak. I'm probably sitting on the cloak because I really like the cloak.
Okay. Cool.
And that locket's pretty. The locket in the storm, I also have a shy into as well.
All right.
But so that's kind
Um.
of how I'm doing it. And I'm just thinking, okay, I see this dagger. I'm like, moon, moon. You know, we got a moon person that hangs with us. This might suit her pretty well. It's not very heavy. Seems pretty useful. Might get her out of a fight. Definitely, I see where that can go, kind of thing.
Yeah. Looking at the dagger itself, you notice there's like a small sort of crescent. For the record, gang, I don't have images for these. I apologize. There's just too many. But you see, there's a small crescent moon on the handle, um, and it's actually like it's just a sliver of a moon, sort of almost representing kind of like the absence of what a moon would be here, which is the actual form or whatever they would say on that as new moon.
Hmm.
Um, uh, as you're looking at the handle itself, you see this. It's kind of like this dark black, and you see this. You see this blade itself. It has that kind of like sort of smaller Bowie knife, sort of a Bowie knife, but like smaller in the like. There's like some like small portion that actually is serrated at the bottom.
Hmm.
Um, and you notice that it is kind of like it's a really light silver that seems to catch a shine no matter where you're holding it.
Hmm.
It's like there's something that seems to be almost reflecting in it no matter where it is.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of clashes with her gold dress, but I could see it being useful.
Hmm. Yeah. um, you hear kind of like a stirring behind you as Ewolf has also probably came in here earlier in the morning and just sat in a chair and then fell asleep again.
Hmm.
Um, you see him just kind of uh, oh, what are you asleep? What are you doing?
I'm evaluating the inventory of the chest that we were able to find.
Cool, cool. Uh, anything for me?
I don't know if I am the one to make that decision who gathers what object.
I'm
However,
just kidding. I didn't know. That was a joke. That was okay. All right. You guys are gonna get my humor at some point. I think.
one day you'll get my lack thereof, so we'll be good.
Fair enough. Any update on our little little cute time bomb?
That's not very kind. She's a child, not a weapon.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm clearly in the wrong room. Yes.
And yes, she has not arisen since I've been here.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
You
what
know,
do you have?
I got a knife. I got a lot of things,
You do have a knife, yeah.
but I need time to look at them.
Okay, yeah, no. Say no more. I know where I'm not wanted. I'll fall asleep somewhere else on this ship. And you see him like start to kind of like leave and
After
kind
that
of
fight, you
push
might want to
through.
find some food.
So that's actually, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. All right. Do you need anything?
I think I'm okay right now. I do appreciate the offer.
Okay. You're. Never mind. Yeah.
No,
All right.
what? I'm what?
See.
I'm what?
You don't. I like how I like how honest you are, but you don't have to say like it's. It seems like everything that is said to you is responded with a. When I say something nice, I don't need. You don't need to respond in that. When people say that, just I don't
Some
know.
of us did not spend much life with people being kind to us.
Right, but I mean, I imagine those people aren't on the ship.
I've been with these people like 4 days.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. You're right. All right. Okay. I'm leaving this room, and you see him kind of like walk out, and you go back to what you're looking at. What else are you looking at?
I'm really fascinated by this bottle.
Mm-hmm.
This bottle with a storm inside of it, which I so want to open up right now. However, I think
Mm-hmm.
under a ship is not necessarily the best place to do that.
Yeah. As you look at this bottle, you see that sort of weird liquid that seems to be kind of now clearly moving in a sort of whirlpool fashion. But you notice that there's something that you may or may not have seen before. Like there's like a cloud of precipitation that seems to kind of come up to the upper sort of end of the bottle, and you actually see like little like bolts of lightning come down into it.
And I've probably got drawings of that alongside like a Tesla coil, trying to think, can I use this to do this on top of the
Right.
gland that I pulled from the Ixochitl?
Yeah, yeah. Again, that one specifically has a lot more mechanics once you
I understood.
decide where that's going.
There's a few of them like that.
Yeah, cool. So you pick that up. You kind of look at it. There's like a second where you're holding both hands, or you're kind of just holding it towards the cork, and then you just put it down, set it aside. I will say, like in the scene, you look at one more thing. What are you looking at?
The other thing is the thing that probably piques my interest the most is the thing that seems to be able to manipulate time and reality and probability is that pendant, which I'm absolutely fascinated by. Because, I am a big fan of reality manipulation in the sense of time and space. So I'm like, this could be amazing if I could figure out how to use it and if I could figure out a way to amplify it.
Yeah, looking at this sort of pocket watch timepiece, you see the like bronze sort of casing of it. Correct me if I'm wrong, because we have some interchangeable things that are happening here. Did I explain that it had a broken clock face for you?
I don't think you said that.
Okay, all right, so never mind. But
I did.
for the record.
Oh, you did.
did.
I missed it.
Yeah, I did.
My
Okay.
apologies.
Gotcha, cool. Great. All right. So you see, you do see on the clock face itself, you see the crack that's kind of down the middle, and it's actually like in a spot where, as you kind of like are trying to look at it from the side, you're not able to see the minute or the hour hand at all. You imagine that most likely it's kind of like just along that crack, maybe, but you just cannot see it in this moment. What do you do with it?
Well, I'm thinking of it as a watch as if it got a thing I could pop open.
Yeah. So you actually for this one, no, it does not have not have like a latch to open. It is just
so what you're saying is there's a crack that's kind of hard to see beyond.
Yeah. You see, it's just cracked glass.
I will probably try to pop it off.
Okay.
So I can see beyond it.
Awesome. You take it off, and as you kind of actually, we'll say, give me a small sleight of hand check.
Okie dokie. Any tinker tool involved or anything?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Go ahead and add your proficiency to it if you haven't.
That would be a 26.
Cool. 26. You find an exact spot of, for the record, you the glass face itself, the crack is pretty bad. You imagine that most likely once you pop this off, you won't be able to put it back on, as it's just kind of like broken, like sort of shatter pieces. But what you do is you do manage to kind of find this little sort of notch where you can see that there's less of the say it's kind of like probably the largest piece of intact glass, and you kind of like, and you feel it kind of like open up just from that angle there. With a 26, you're able to take out the rest of the pieces if you'd like. Or you can actually, honestly, with that, I'll say, because that was really good, I think what you could do is actually just take that like the largest sort of shard of glass, take it out, and then like look at it, and like in case you want to pop it back in.
Yeah, exactly what I'd like to do.
Does that make sense? Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. So taking it out, you see there is no numbers here on there. There are notches, but from your, just make sure. So I think you kind of like, in the idea of like this being the clock face here, you're kind of like, you took it out from like this sort of angle right here. So where it should be at, right between that, like, so it'd be like right about where like 7 o'clock would be. Excuse me. You see, you would see an X, an X, a V, and an I.
Like all together?
All together.
X, X, V, and I. Okay. So that's, in Roman numerals, that's 26.
There's 2 X's there.
X, X, V, I. So that's 26.
You're right. My bad. Hold on. Apologies. CCXXVI.
CC, so 220. CCXXVI, 226.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
We're all learning today.
Okay. Well, I don't know why that number would mean anything to me. Unless it means it making something go faster. That's the only thing I can think of.
You could test it out.
Yeah. I think I'm going to try to take it back a click.
Okay. What's in front of you?
I probably got the chest in front of me. It's got the trident on top, holding it open, and I'm just I'm sitting on the cloak with the locket in my hands, with my book to my
You
side.
got it. Cool. You're kind of turning it back, right?
Yep.
Okay. Are you give me an idea of like how you're turning? Like you're trying to turn it like one click.
Yeah, one click back. That's basically what I'm trying to do.
Or giving it like a good spin, like
No, I'm a little more scientific than that. I'm going to just give it a click back.
Cool. You give it a click back. I'll say that no perception check required. You don't notice anything changing.
Okay. I'm going to try 3 clicks back.
Okay. No change.
Then I'm going to go 5 forward.
No change.
I'm breathing, thinking. I'm just going to spin it one time all the way around backwards.
You got it. So you try to give it like a full spin, and actually, for the record, you now know that there is no like hour hand here. It is just one hand.
One hand. Okay.
For lack of a better word. Yeah. And you do a full spin around.
Okay.
As you do so, you notice that the let's see. I think you see all of the jewelry in front of you looks cleaner. bright, shiny new.
I'm sorry, I'm typing too, so I can get these comments down.
You good?
Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Now I'm like, okay. I'm gonna go. Is there like a chair near me or anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's the chair that Ewolf was kind of like just like
Cool.
leaning back on.
I'm gonna turn and face it, and then I'm gonna go forward like 2 spins.
Okay. You go forward 2 spins. As you move forward for a second spin, I think give me a perception check.
Got it. 13.
13. So this is tricky in the idea of like specifically what happens here. So I'm
Mhm.
going to kind of push a little bit on the boundaries of this a little bit.
Sure.
You notice that this chair itself is like nailed together.
Yeah.
You notice the nails seem to start to kind of come out. Probably like all the nails, especially I'll say probably on a specific leg, about maybe like the front right leg. The nails themselves seem to come out maybe about half an inch. You notice that the wood around is it looks a little darker, like a little it's a little darker. It's kind of the wood itself kind of looks a little more dry.
Okay, this is really cool. Put that in my pocket. And that will have more experimenting coming.
You got it. Awesome. I will say, excuse me, above board, the time that you spent would allow you to know exactly what it does, mechanically speaking. So I will put it in your
sure.
In your. Oh, that's right. Okay, I gotta add you to my. I still have Slag Dan in there. Sad. Okay, cool. So as we're adding that in, what else are you doing?
I just think for a while and not wanting to dominate time, other than going through just the generic IDing, I probably don't experiment as much with everything else like I do with with that. I'm probably a lot of just journaling as far as my thoughts and what the capabilities are, how do they work, what can they do. On top of, I'm also fascinated with what I can do with that, what I pulled off of the Ixochitl too. That's
cool.
So, and also kind of thinking of, okay, we've got a crew here who, how can this stuff help them as well, so we can help each other. And right now I've got one task on my mind, is getting this girl safe and figuring out how we're going to teach her to control her powers. But beyond that, this has just been a treasure trove. This thing.
Awesome. Great. And actually, I apologize. I was talking about the I was going to talk about the attunement sort of thing, but you do not actually have to attune to this.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, cool. I want everybody else roll me a d4.
One.
I got a 3.
4.
Okay. 4.
1.
Great. So, Grian, the day kind of moves a little bit further on. Where do we find Grian in the morning?
Probably just on like the ship deck, watching the ocean go by. Just thinking to himself, nothing exciting.
Okay. All right. But I guess my question was, how do you spend your morning? All day, all night. Excuse me.
probably just going back and forth between the crow's nest, just really helping Kofi like navigate and do his thing. Mostly probably just keeping to himself.
How did you wake up? This is what I'm getting at.
Well, the last I had was that Kofi was piloting the ship early in the morning after
I know.
going through
We're
everything,
backtracking a little bit.
Okay.
Walk with me, Brandon. Walk with me.
so-
This is the yes and.
he probably woke up in Kofi's room, but not in like a fun time kind of way. Probably in just they both feel like shit kind of way, and they're just spending the night with each other versus like spending the night with each other.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I would say that's perfectly makes sense. So I'd say you wake up and you notice that Kofi is not in this room. Looking around, you're in the sort of captain's cabin area. So this is significantly a little bit different than the rooms that are significantly a little bit. It is significantly different than the other rooms in this ship. You notice there is a desk that is off to the side that has actually I would say give me a perception check.
14.
14. The 14, looking around, you see there is a desk in the corner that's pretty large. Looks like it's has this kind of like official sort of look to it. One thing you do notice is that it doesn't match any of the wood or like design of anything else in this room. It looks like it was possibly brought in maybe from another ship. You see there's a large circular window that's kind of like facing out towards the see where it would be. Yeah, towards the stern of the ship. And the light pouring through kind of just like hits you right in the face. You notice there's a footlocker at the end of the bed. There is a like sort of almost like a long coffee table that is actually has been like picked up and put to the side, like up against the wall. And you see there are chairs that seem to be kind of like put into a like awkwardly sort of stacked into a corner of the room, and probably even like roped off to just keep them from falling over.
Okay. Can I investigate the desk?
Yeah.
Just kind of
so
like
what are you looking for?
Just kind of like running my fingers through the stuff that's there. Not necessarily looking for anything, but just looking over it, you know?
Okay. What'd you get?
What am I rolling?
You told me investigation.
Okay, cool.
You're the one that said that. You wanted to roll an investigation check.
Investigation. It's a 7.
A 7. Okay. With a 7, because you're spending time kind of even just going over there, you notice there's some significant amounts of like stains on this desk, like coffee stains, some like smudge marks of like what looks to be like maybe like gunpowder. The wood itself has this like polished sort of feel on certain edges and corners that are probably have been left more untouched than other places. But for the most part, it looks like it was probably a really nice desk at one point, but has been heavily abused. Looking over, you see you don't see like a lot of like paperwork or anything like that. What you do see are significant amounts of I would call them tokens. They look like they're just pieces of like random assortments of things that look like they probably have some sort of not intrinsic value. What's the word? Like personal value.
Sentimental
Anybody?
value.
Sentimental value. Thank you. You see there is a piece of what looks to be like some like interesting purple leaf. Like it looks like it's actually like half of it, but the leaf itself kind of covers the entire back half of that dusk. So it's this large, honestly, like more like a palm frond, but like kind of cut in half. And there's some red lettering on it from a green. Are you one of these crazy ones? I don't believe you recognize the writing.
If it's written in another language, I've got Eyes of the Runekeeper, so
You got it. So you use Eyes of the Runekeeper, and you see the language that's written out. You see there's the sort of lines themselves seem to kind of like change and form, and the ink, so to speak, that was used like has this like dark red look to it, concerning that it might be like it does like it looks, it has that shade of blood, but I think as you see it like kind of like maneuver and like kind of malformed in there, must be some sort of just like dark red paint. You see just two words: remember home.
would I recognize the purple palm frond?
There's no roll that would be high enough for
Okay.
Grian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
go
say
ahead.
I'll probably put my armor back on and like
Mhm.
finish latching it as I walk out of his room onto the deck.
Cool. Before you get to the deck, you I think you hear some sort of sound from Bixeldan, probably like a little bit of like it could be like it's equivalent to like a eureka, sort of like whatever like Bixeldan's like. We need to come up with like a catchphrase for Bixeldan now on that. Some sort of like involuntary sound of success coming from sorry, not coming from Bixeldan's room, coming from Alyssa's room, but it is clearly Bixeldan you hear.
So is the captain's room above deck or below deck?
Oh, I apologize. It would be above deck technically. So you're right. Yeah, you.
I
Would
mean,
be right
if he was loud enough, I would hear him through the floor.
I think there's a
Thinking of how that works, let's take that back. He's not below the bedroom. He's not below the captain's
Yeah,
room.
he's no. It's well, his captain's quarters is definitely above deck. So I'll say you step out onto the deck, and we'll say yeah, we'll just kind of take that back on there. The role that we had before was to see who comes in to see Bixeldan's stuff. So you tell me how that comes about. Was it a point of someone, of everybody kind of coming above deck and you realizing Bixeldan's not there? Or
It's probably Grian going to go feed the dog.
oh yeah, go feed Danzig. Yeah, absolutely. So as you kind of climb down the steps that are over deck, what do we hear from Bixeldan?
Great hoopla camper.
Oh God! All right. So you hear that?
The fucking hoopla camper, and I'll just probably gently knock on the door because Alyssa's asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it?
The fucking queen of South Imea. Like, there's not that many of us down here.
When did she come on the boat?
With everyone else we kidnapped.
I
You
guess
missed her in the pylon?
I guess you want to come in?
Yeah, what are you doing in there? And I'll just open the door.
I'm evaluating our inventory.
You see
Uh,
Bixeldan. I think, if I may, I'm going to take some liberties here. I think you see Bixeldan in a level of organization that only makes sense to Bixeldan.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The
So
fact that I'm
really,
actually figured I would possibly be in the chest for some of this.
okay. Yeah. I love that. You've like found like, all right, so I'm used to being in smaller
Yeah.
cramped spaces. This just feels more comfortable for me to be
I'm used to
in the
working in a
chest.
dumpster. This is normal.
Yeah. 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 So you see Bixler just kind of like pops his head out from behind the cover of the chest.
what do we have down there? And I'll just kind of squat down, see what he's got.
Pick something.
What is? And he'll point at the ring.
This is very, very useful for some. I myself have the ability to do this. However, this piece of precious jewelry is able to cloak oneself from visibility for 60 seconds.
Huh. This tiny thing can do that.
Mechanics might be different. Remember.
Okay, well, I'm just going by what I had in my message.
But that's what I'm saying. All the mechanic pieces of that could be different. Like the general vibe is right, but yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm going with. I'm going with what I had
Well,
in
you
writing.
said 60 seconds. That's the mechanic.
Well, I thought it said 1 minute.
That's what I'm saying. In the description I gave you,
Yes.
anything that's like specific.
Got
right?
it.
So like, you know what I mean? Like, so
Understand.
D6,
Okay, so
60
remove the
seconds.
60-second comment and say this allows one to cloak themselves from visibility for a short time.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. And what about this one? And he'll point to the like opal in the gold setting.
This is also would be very, very useful for someone who is able to negotiate or someone who wants to do research in unknown languages. This allows you to understand other languages, to speak them and read them. I find this quite fascinating and quite useful.
Huh. And he'll pick up the bottle just like haphazardly and be like, and what's in here?
Don't drop that.
For the record, Pixedan, you did notice that the bottle itself it's glass. It's not a heavy glass. Like it's very shatterable.
Very careful with that.
Oh.
I mean no offense to the big one. I would keep it away from the lion. His heart is good. His hands are clumsy. However, he is quite skilled at making knots. I will give him credit for that.
Have you decided where these are all going to go to?
Here is my feeling. I feel like I am new to you. I should not be the one to make such decisions. However, this dagger, and I'll get the glowy dagger, and the moon, I think it belongs to our moonbender.
I do think there's a solid second, and this makes so much sense in like Pixel Dance sort of viewpoint of like Green. You're asking like, have you decided who these go to? Like, I just feel like there's probably a little bit of like Green like being like, what Green means is what's mine. Like, what is, and you see Pixeldan pick up the, so, well, I decided this, and like Grian's face, like you see, like it's a very cool looking dagger, like you're like, oh, and then you hear say,
basically Pixeldan's MO is to crush Grian's dreams in this campaign.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about her? And I'll look over to Alyssa.
She hasn't stirred. She hasn't stirred. She hasn't seemed to be shaking much or sweating much, but it's she's still sleeping though. I mean, That's all I can say. She seems okay. I am not one skilled in medicine.
She seems to be breathing.
I'll put a piece of glass under her nose.
Mhm.
Make sure it fogs up.
Absolutely, yes, it is.
She seems to be breathing.
Okay.
Probably the locket is what I put under her nose.
It's like broke a piece of glass. Just
And I sit there and I look at that locket. I wonder if I could wake her up. But I'm not. I'm thinking this, not saying this. I don't think I want to try it on a person.
all right. Well, whenever you're done in here, I'm sure breakfast.
Hey, this item here, and I'm gonna show him that mermaids thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not like the blue one or the green one. This would
No.
help you breathe underwater. Might do you some good.
Right.
Then you could be like land, sea, and air. You're like a flying fish.
Just like a god. Okay. I'll take it from Bix. I mean, if you don't mind me taking it,
It matches your eyes. It's a good look.
I'll put it on, but like put it under my stuff.
Okay, cool. As you do so, I'll send you that in your thing here. As you do so, I'd like you to give me a. This is kind of specific for. I guess it's not specific for green, but give me a perception. Give me an investigation check. We'll say it's a general investigation check.
Just for green.
Just for green, yeah.
Okay.
It's a 10.
Okay, cool. You notice that the seashell that is on the there's kind of like sitting at your feet. You notice that there's a hole kind of at the end. It's a conch shell, right? You notice that there's a hole at the end that looks to be like in a kind of a jagged sort of shape, but it seems to have been like kind of like filed down. Almost ends up looking like a mouthpiece.
Me as a person really wants to like blow on it, but me as a person is
I mean,
also
you're just looking
cautious.
at it. Do you pick it up? What do you do?
I will ask Bix what it does.
That seems to be an instrument that can be used to manipulate emotions to be calmer or more soothing.
It's not what I thought that was going to do at all.
It does a little bit more than that.
Ah,
Are
yes.
you looking
Also,
at the right one?
yeah, I missed the line about it. Also seems to have a little effect on weather as well, in a calming
going.
way.
Keep going.
Well, yes. And it also helps keep monsters nice and calm and smooth and relaxed. Like when the Ixochittles went after us, it may have just made them mellow.
Huh. Interesting. Cool. Whenever you're done down here, I'm sure breakfast will be served up top. But I'm gonna go feed Don Sig.
Keep him away from me, please.
As Grian's exiting, if you use that shell, that might work. Might work a little bit. And I'll just close the door.
And I'm just gonna kick my foot. Why didn't I think of that?
And I'll just make my way to probably Titian's sleeping area to grab the meat out of the bag.
Okay, you got it. Titian, are you there or are you above deck? Your call.
Early in the morning, you said, correct?
Yeah.
I think
I'll say by the time so there's been some time that's happened here.
Yeah.
So this is kind of general morning time. Would you be like sleeping in late, or do you think you're kind of up and?
I think Titian's up and getting food. I think that's what he's doing.
Cool.
I think he's up and whatever sort of kitchen there is on the ship. I know Aaron was largely responsible for cooking, but I think Titian's in pure like scrounging mode. Like he's looking for like food to eat. And then most importantly, he's definitely staying on the opposite side of the ship than Kofi right now because he's just not wanting to engage right with that. But yeah, he's absolutely just. If Grianne's like purposely finding him, I think Titian is like bent down in the cupboards, like sort of like looking.
Well, not necessarily. So the kitchen's below deck, but it's a little bit further down from where your room would be, I would say. So he could be like if you're making a bunch of noise, he might be, but that's.
No, I mean when I said like he's in the kitchen, but like he's
right.
he's down like looking for something to eat inside the kitchen. He's going through the cupboards and stuff like that.
Right. I'm with you. I'm saying as far as what Grian would notice, right? It just depends, right?
Yeah.
But cool. So I'll say, Grian, was there anything specific you want to do before we switch over to Titian?
No, that's it.
Okay, you got it. So yeah, so Titian, you're scrounging through. You're looking through the cabinets. You start. I think it's probably like a. It's just one of those things where it's like it's late at night, and you know, I guess this might be an ADHD thing, but like you don't remember what cabinet is what, so you start from the pots and pans, and it's always the last cabinet like that you go to. I think you find some like as you're going through all of that stuff, it takes you a little bit, but then you get to a space that has this dish in the cabinet, and there's like a napkin over it, and it's kind of like been tucked in on something. You kind of push at it, and it feels somewhat soft, like kind of like bready.
Titian immediately takes it, puts it down on the countertop or whatever it is, starts peeling it back.
Cool, you got it. Give me a nature or medicine check, I think.
Medicine check? Okay.
Yeah.
Or what did you say?
Or nature. Either one.
Fantastic. It's not bad. Excuse me. We'll do 17.
17.
Medicine specifically.
Nice. Cool. It is. It looks like to be like some sort of like loaf of bread. That I just realized I really know nothing about this. This type of bread. It looks like it's like soda bread. You rolled a 17, so I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's a quickly made type of bread that you see. There's a little bit of a it's gone bad, like kind of like on one corner. But I mean, the 17, you get an idea, like tear it off, it might be okay.
Titian just takes it and he does exactly that. He like takes it off. He just sort of takes his claws, retracts or whatever he said, like pops his claws like a cat is one to do, and he just sort of like tears that part off as exact as he can.
Cool.
And then I think he's now looking for what he can put on the bread. He's like, there's got to be some peanut butter. There's got to be like something I can put on this. Maybe some jam. Maybe some like something. But like I gotta like just looking for something right here. And like I think he's got the bread, and like if he's not aware of it because again his attention's elsewhere. Fucking pots and pans every fucking word. Like all over. Dishes are pulled down from the cabinets and just placed right below. It's a mess. Yeah.
You said you kind of nailed it. You said kind of unaware. So when you actually go to like turn to see anything, you hear and see Ewolf at the same time, where he goes, "What do you got there?" And just like it freaks you out.
Oh shit. I found bread.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
Do you mind?
You want some of my bread, or you want the moldy part, or
I'll just take this small piece, and he takes the moldy part and just.
Oh no! Don't do no. That's
what.
No, don't go ahead. Hey, can you go ahead and spit that out for me, please? Go ahead and just spit that out for me.
Do I have to?
Yeah, I'll give you some good bread. You don't have to eat the moldy bread.
Do I have to? Do I have to put it in your hand? I don't. Okay.
I think okay, thank you, Verm. I didn't think this through. Fuck. All right. All right. Tishine just throws it right on the floor. All right, here, fine.
Love it.
Here. Like Tishine sort of breaks it up as best as he can. It's so stale. He's just like trying to it more cracks than it actually tears. And he gives
Love
a
it.
piece of it to E-Wolf. Like, here you go, Wolfie.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Now we just gotta find some like jam or something to put on it, right?
You see it like halfway. Just like, oh, okay. All right.
Oh, you just go with like raw bread. I mean, that's
No, we should just. Yeah. No, I
mean, live your life. I'm
lead
just
the
like,
way.
all right. I got this side. You got that side. Let's go ahead and just keep going at it. Let's see here. I'm look for any relish, jam, like any sort of like Nutella, fantasy Nutella, whatever that is. Maybe any like sort of herring or tuna. We can do fish this morning. Just anything that doesn't that takes away the bready taste. We want something probably protein related. So we're trying to get bulky muscles right now. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna look. And go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Ridiculous. I'm just fucking
Fake Nutella, Fatella,
fantasy Nutella.
fantasy Nutella.
Oh fuck! All right, so like I'm doing good rolls now. That was an investigation check. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a 16.
Okay. Actually, it should be like, but I think it's Fanella. I think that's what
Fanella?
I'm gonna call it. Fanella. Yeah. Okay. Cool. With a 16, you find a bottle of a like sort of like dark brown substance that has this sort of like you open the jar and it has this like sort of chocolatey sort of peanut butter sort of smell to it. It smells like vanilla.
Vanilla. Oh hey,
Candy.
Cannon.
Cannon.
Love it. Hey, Wolfie. Fucking jackpot. We're good to go
all
right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So we put it on our tongues and.
Yeah. Here. Tishine just like dives in with his fingers right in the Nutella,
You do.
and he just goes like, "Yeah, we just like." And he just slathers it right on his bread. You just do it like this right here.
Right.
Here, if you want some, like I can just. Okay, you got it as well. Good.
His nasty, like unbathed fingers.
Yeah.
Just,
Oh
guys
shit!
just enjoying some bread.
Fuck! I still got a little bit of squid under my fingernails. That's fine. That'll be okay.
That's fine.
It's fine. All right. Bone up, whatever, and then Tishine just eats it.
You guys just have a nice moment, just eating some shaved off moldy bread with vanilla in the kitchen. D&D, y'all.
Everyone else is talking about magic items. Tishine's like tearing up kitchens looking for like vanilla.
They're going to
Just
throw
gotta get that
axes
vanilla.
later.
Yeah, that vanilla.
Vanilla.
Cool. So eventually, I imagine you do pass by Bixeldan's room. It's up to you whether or not you go in.
Yeah, I think after a while, Tishine is again, he's sort of like just wandering around a little bit, doing his morning rounds after he's eaten. He comes into Bixeldan's room with
You don't see Bixeldan.
Oh, you don't see him? Okay. I think Tishine comes in with a coffee cup.
But you do see that the chest is closed.
Absolutely. Tishine comes in with a
Bixeldan?
Yeah.
Is that because you're wearing the ring?
No, it's because I'm seeing if this thing lights up if I'm inside the chest with the top down.
Okay.
I got the dagger with me.
All right.
Sorry. I needed to know.
I'm not Gollum.
Yeah. All right. Tishine comes in with a coffee cup and a bowl that he found that's also full of coffee. So he's like coming in to hey Bix, are you here?
And then I'll pop up the lid. Yeah.
Holy fuck! All right, all right. Goblin in the box. You know what I'm saying? Here, I got you some coffee, and Tishine's gonna hand you the. Actually, he's gonna hand you the coffee cup, and Tishine's gonna drink from the bowl.
Love it.
I'll get out of the box.
Hey,
And I'm holding the dagger when I'm doing it.
hey, are you
Okay,
gonna?
You got it.
But not in a threatening way, I'm assuming.
No, it's probably carelessly in a
Yeah.
threatening way, if that makes
Hey,
sense.
hey, friend. 20 things away from
Oh,
faces.
sorry, and
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
just drop it, and I'll take
yeah.
the
You're good.
coffee, and
You're
I'll look for fingerprints around the rim of the cup.
Yeah, you're good.
You got.
Um,
Yeah. You see a little bit of like a chocolate substance on the rim.
I'll drink away from that side.
Yeah,
You
no
got
worries. I was just, I figured you might like some, you know,
I do appreciate it.
yeah. Well, I figured you've been up. You sort of examining all these what have yous, right? Like,
Well, yes, I have been looking at the what have yous.
oh, fantastic. Well, I figured you might need a little pick me up throughout that.
I
So.
am picked up. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to pick you up, but I mean, like the coffee's gonna.
Not again.
No, well, maybe again. It wasn't bad for me. It was
How's
bad
your
for
face
you.
doing, by the way?
It's weird.
I really want to touch it again.
Please don't. I think right now I gotta sort of like reserve my face as an off limit zone
Okay, that's fair enough.
until we
I'll
figure out.
respect your private space. I respect that.
We just got to figure out more about it. Maybe if I can like control it better in some way.
I think if we all could control our faces better, we'd stay out of
Yeah.
trouble.
Well, can I like you? You're like identifying like magic items, right? Do you think
Yeah.
you can? Is this something you could identify? Maybe.
I don't know about that. It seemed, I mean,
I can, if it helps you, I can stand like really still, and I'll try not to. I'll try to hold my breath the whole time.
you know, Grant, a broken clock is right twice a day. And I'm going to try to identify his face.
Grant.
You got it.
Leatherwood?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, Grant Leatherwood. Yeah. Sorry, forgot my alias. Sure.
Okay.
And it'll be a ritual cast too, so it's going to be a while.
Yeah, it's just 10 minutes of this.
Plus
Green,
the 1 minute casting time on the spell.
Yeah. So Titian,
Just
you're
11 minutes of staring him in the eyes.
just staring in. Yeah, it's gonna take that.
This
full
is where
10 minutes
Grian
for
walks
sure.
in.
Well, that happens. So I think what happens is that Titian is as Titian walks back to where Bixeldan's room would be, which is, so I think Bixeldan and Alyssa's room is like just right where the ladder is, right? So Grian, you are as there's a really, in my opinion, a kind of a comedic moment that you walk into Bixeldan's room, close the door as soon as the door opens from Grian coming out of Danzig's room.
Mhm.
Which, Ianthe, are you also in Danzig's room? Is Danzig in your room? Excuse me.
I feel like we established it could go either way. Like, let's be real here.
Right, like, yeah, it's your room, but it,
It's Danzig's room, and I'm
the
staying in it.
largest thing in there is taking up the most space. So
I'm in my room.
okay. Do you? I guess
At least
better
for
question.
now.
Is it the same room?
Yeah, probably. I feel like
Cool.
he's coming to find me.
You got it.
And
Cool. So I imagine, yeah, Grian, you open the room, and I think in that moment you forget that Ianthe also sleeps here, maybe. Like as soon
I'm
as
like
you open it
buried
up.
underneath him, like you can't even see me.
Underneath Danzig.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it. You see
There's
Danzig
just so much
just like
dog.
one of the heads kind of lifts up and immediately growls, as dogs do no matter who is like coming to the door. It's just the sound. Like just waking up just immediately, and then you see this blinking eyes.
I'll probably just, because I really have no idea where anybody is. So I'll just be like,
Well, you know where
Titian-
you are. You're
Right.
in Ianthe's room.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't know where people are sleeping because I was
I see
looking
what
for.
you're saying. I see what you're saying.
I'll just be like, Titian, are you in here with Danzig at all?
There's just a very muffled. No, it's me.
Oh,
It's me under here.
Oh,
And you, and with that, also, it's like you feel the giant head just kind of like lay back down into the space.
Please help. It's very hot and smelly.
Danzig, you want to go outside? You want to go outside?
Ianthe, you feel 4 paws like stepping on the worst parts of your body. You know what I mean? Like they just seem to find it. You know,
Every time.
every time. Yeah, you see him like, and then the tail's wagging, and it's just like right in your nose.
Please go away. Please. Both of you go away.
Oh well, Tishian has his food, so if you find him, let me know because we need to feed this guy.
Well, it's not a very big ship. I'm sure you'll find him.
Tishian has his food?
Yeah, it's in the bag of holding, and
It's in
Tishian
the
has a bag of holding.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All right, Danzig, let's go. And like point at the door.
Yeah, you see him just kind of like move through the door every single time, because again, the structure under the ship is not great. Walls are paper thin, right? Doors are not great. Every single time Danzig kind of moves through the door, he just kind of fits through. So like the hinges are like being pushed every time. As you, Ianthe, you're kind of like, you know, you're blinking and you hear this like kind of like of the just the hinge just starting to give way from the wall, to the point that like I think like last night you had to like kind of like find a way to kind of push back in just to close the door. So you know why, as you see like them kind of come up and just goes up to the deck of the ship. Great. So we'll flip to Ianthe. Ianthe, you are as always, and truly this is just speaking from a personal party. There's a part of your brain that goes, okay, well now I could finally lay in bed if I wanted to and just go back to sleep for a little bit. But then you're like, I'm up, whatever.
Yeah, I would like to, if possible, I don't know how possible it is, I'd like to find the most private part of the ship that's like away from everybody.
Okay.
Out of earshot as much as possible.
Yeah, specifically under the ship or just like in general?
In general.
Okay. You do know that like
somewhere where I won't be bothered.
Right. If the crow's nest doesn't have anyone in it, it is very much the most like private sort of place.
I'm not going up to that crow's nest.
Right. That's a like thinking about the list of things, right? There's I didn't think you would. But like under the ship, like, and this place is relatively pretty close to you, it would be the kitchen. And there's, you know, people might come in. Obviously it's kind of more of a common room there, but there's not a lot of places that you don't think anybody would be in.
Okay. So I think what I do is I spend probably like a good hour just like looking in every corner of the ship and seeing like, is somebody here or somebody walking by? No? All right. And I do like a full lap and then I just end up back at my room.
Okay.
Like, well, cool. All right. There's no privacy on this stupid boat.
I will say, because Ewolf does have his own room. I imagine it was actually probably like, it would have been Ewolf or Bixeldan's room. Sort of thing, but like Ewolf would have just I guess taken it when Bixeldan didn't. So there's a, like I said, like Ewolf has that farm boy sort of like look and more importantly smell to him that just never seems to ever go away. So you, like, as soon as you open the door to his room, he's not there, but you can tell like that must be his room. So that is a possibility, only because Danzig is sharing your room. Danzig eventually will come back to that room. I don't know how private you'll feel in that.
I think I'm gonna hide out in Ewolf's room. Room. I'm gonna pull out my mirror.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna call my sister.
Okay. Cool. As you pull out your mirror, you kind of like sit by. There's a desk that has this like chair to it that you can see. it must have broken fairly recently. The leg, like one of the legs is shorter than the rest, and you see there's like 3 books that are kind of like tucked underneath. That looks kind of rough, but you sit on and you're like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
You take the shell, the shell phone. You put it on top of the desk, and you flip it up. As you flip it up, I'm gonna say, give me a small perception check. Give me a perception check.
I only have regular sized dice, so it'll be a regular one.
All right, fair enough.
Not right. You said perception. I'm sorry. This time.
Yes.
Perception. 5.
5. Okay.
It was almost really good, and then it really wasn't.
That's okay. I think it does make sense that like you're on a mission. You found the space, and you're not.
Yeah.
You're not paying attention to anything else, and that makes sense.
Yep.
Cool. So you open up the mirror, and I'm gonna say, give me a D20 check. So just a luck check. Excuse me.
Which one of you buttheads rolled a natural 20 earlier?
Oh, this will be funny.
It's an 8.
I know Evan's been watching. Evan, I hope you're still watching right now. It's an 8.
8.
Okay, cool. DC was 5, just to see if like there was something like.
All right.
There's a certain point where she's not. So.
She's dead.
Cool. She might be dead. That was the only thing to roll for. No. You open up the mirror and you wait. Eventually, you see coming from the other side a woman that looks exactly like you. You also you notice that her skin looks to be a little bit like darker, like she's gotten a little bit of a tan from being more outside. But you also see that she, again, in a really funny term, this is the second time we see Water Genasi sweat. As you see, she is like drenched in sweat. You see there's like sunlight, like really kind of beating down on her face. You can see there's like, she looks like she's kind of standing on some sort of like rock formation. It's kind of hard to tell but she's also kind of like holding the phone out like this, so that it's kind of maneuvering around.
Perfect.
Just like trying to get a good spot. You see she's kind of like leaning one hand against this rock wall. Hi.
Hi. You look terrible. What?
Thank you.
Where are you?
I'm chasing a little kid up a wall. A mountain side. What are you doing?
I'm on a boat. I chased a little kid through a city, and now we are both on a boat.
Look at us, huh?
I thought you were going to Dare's Wharf. That does not look like Dare's Wharf.
No, slight change of plans. Our ship got attacked. It's okay. Everyone's fine.
Are you?
Except
You're okay.
Yep, except for the ship. So we're
Oops.
we're just kind of hanging out on this this island. You know that island that we saw like when we were kids, that were like it was like this big, and we were like we swam out, you know. And it can't be that island. It has to be further than that. But it's essentially might as well be that. I've never been here before. Yeah, okay, where are you going? Sorry. Oh my gosh, the little.
Do they fly?
He just got really big and then grabbed his packle and just flew off the mountain. Okay, I'll catch up. Okay. I wish I could fly.
Next time I see you, I'll make you fly, all right?
Okay, great. That would be.
I'm not joining you.
Just
That won't happen.
teach me that real quick.
Sure.
You know what? I He's fine. I can take my time now. And she's easier to sit down. Places the like, tries to find a place. All right, hold on. I just gotta get this. Move this back over here. Okay. Okay. Hi.
Hi. I just hadn't talked to you in a minute, and I want to check in, see how things were. Let you know that I'm fine on a boat heading
Good.
to Celeste, actually. Possibly.
You're fucking kidding me.
Uh, sort of it was a last minute decision, was not the plan, but as you're aware, shit happens.
Yeah, it does. All right. Well, just weird that I'm not gonna be there. Yeah. Okay. Well, Mom will be happy to see you, so that's good.
Yeah, it'll be nice. I ran into some friends of yours.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. They weren't particularly nice.
Well, I think there's. Who were they?
What the? I was hoping you could tell me a bit about who the fuck the upper hand is. And why they're stabbing me through the gut on sight.
You ran into the upper hand. Where were you?
Near Eriskar.
What, as far as I knew, they were in Azamare. What? Why? But who did you
Well,
see?
we didn't have a lot of time for niceties before they started stabbing us.
Well,
so
I assume you're
don't
fine
know.
because you're being snobby and pushing it in my face. So I assume that you would.
Well, it hurt a lot.
I'm sorry. I assume that I assume that I'm only at fault because we somewhat look alike.
Yeah, they I might have pretended to be you. And
Great.
when they figured
Yeah,
out I wasn't
so-
you, the stabbing started.
As your
But they knew who
older
you were,
sister,
and they were not.
I'm telling you,
Oh.
you shouldn't have. Yeah, older sister. Remember, 3 to 5 seconds. Mom said. I'm sorry. Who was it? I'll tell you anything that I know. I'm just trying to get an idea of what you're up against.
Well, a delightful chap called Lucan was one of them.
Okay.
And also, I'll back up my notes because I didn't do that. Malachi was another good friend.
Ah, okay. Sorry. There's a lot to talk about, but it was surely just a means to an end. We were trying to gather forces, and we needed supplies, specifically weapons. And the upper hand has their reputation, but they do sell those things on the cheap. So that was unfortunately the way we needed to go. That was the beginning and end of our involvement. I didn't, it's really weird to say this now, but I could have. Lucan's very into me, but I didn't because he just gave that vibe
kind of
of,
into
like,
me too. It's fine. Or he was.
Wait, I thought you said he stabbed you.
Well, he was into me before he stabbed me, and I don't know. Maybe he still is. I don't know.
Oh, he was
He's
into
something,
me.
man.
He was into you when you were pretending to be me.
Before I told him that I was you, he was into me. So
Okay. All right. Well, again, sorry about that, but I didn't. He's not. He's not a member of the Upper Hand. I mean, he's spent time
he
with
was
them.
with
Obviously,
them.
he was there with them. Yeah. I just. Did he say he was from the Upper Hand? I mean, I believe
I mean,
Malachi is.
he he didn't say he was with the Upper Hand, but he was with them. They were looking for someone, some redheaded kid that ran away or something.
What?
I don't know.
Say
They
that
said they
again.
were
Say that
looking for
again.
someone. They were looking for some redheaded kid that ran away. What?
What? Do you know anything else, like specifically?
Maybe I had a list of names. I think it's still in my room. Was some redheaded kid from Azumari, I think. Ran away from, I think, the fighting pits, and they were trying to track him down. That doesn't matter. I wanted to know why you're working with people. Why are you working in black market weapons? When I talked to you last, when I saw you in Hasamal, you were trying to help people. How are black market weapons going to help people?
Hold on, because like I said, a means to an end. I am aware of where they get their weapons from, more or less. I had a specific the Silver Moon had one goal, and I'm not gonna say that we would stop at nothing, but it would take a lot. I'm sorry that happened to you. I recognize that I am inadvertently somewhat responsible for you getting stabbed. I'm sorry for that. Obviously, that is not what I'm... Doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
You almost died for this cause, and now you're going back there to that same area. I mean, I'm scared for you. I'm scared for me, but I'm really scared for you.
I'm going to convince... We're on the same page. I need to convince someone else that. And it's going to be really hard to. So I figured best to try to do in person. I'm with you. It's over.
Okay. I mean, I'm with you. I want Hospital to be free, and I want tyranny to end. I'm not going to sacrifice myself to do it, and I'm not going to sacrifice you. And I'm not going to let you sacrifice yourself. You understand?
I understand. No more sacrifices.
Fair. Deal.
Ianthe. The boy's with me.
What boy?
The red-haired boy.
Oh!
From Azumare. Yes. That's...
Oh. Is he...
I didn't know that he
Is he dangerous?
being hunted. Extremely. But he's very
I
He's very smart for his age. Keeps saying he's for a 14-year-old. I like him. So, any information that you have on keeping him alive would be useful. I didn't know that was happening, but I'll be honest. I think part of me didn't want to know.
So you're extremely wanted, and you're traveling with someone who is also extremely wanted.
Yes, but they're from different parts of North Imea, so...
That doesn't make me feel better.
Well, I am going to the place where most people that are wanted feel pretty safe because of how many criminals are there.
I know you're trying to make me feel better. It's not really working, but I appreciate the effort. I don't have any more
back. That's the only reason why I'm. Well, also,
I know where you're going.
there's a I made a big mistake in trying to build something myself. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a part of me that is. I've been with this group of, honestly, just the most damaged individuals. I mean, like growing up with a single parent family, you know, there was the part where we were like, oh, it's so much we missed out on. Oh my gosh, we had it made in the shade.
We are same here. We are fine compared to some of these other people.
Oh my gosh. There's I don't want to tell you too much, just in case. But I hate to say it, but there is a part of me that wishes these people, for all their faults, were around before. Maybe there'd been a different outcome. So I'm just being honest with you. These are the things that I'm feeling right now, and I will not. But it's dead. The silver moon is dead. I recognize that, and it's time to move on.
Yes. And that's not to say there can't be a new moon. Well,
Turn and look at the camera.
but I think we've always been together, and I think we're stronger together, even though we're not together now. But anything we take on like that, we have to do it together. We're a team.
Okay. Well, where are you?
I'm in South Imea. Well, I might not be anymore.
We don't have any passports or lineage to be able to get into South Imea. How did you get into South Imea?
Actually, that's a bit of a funny story. We might have lineage in South Imea. I met someone with our name.
Oh, okay.
No, not like that. No, I met someone with our name.
I haven't talked to you in a while.
Our
It's only
hair.
like a day, dear. Also, you would never have a wedding and not invite me, right? That's
No!
Okay,
God,
that's what
no.
I'm sorry. That's where you were going with. That's what it felt like you were going with this.
I value my life. I would never not invite you. Because you would kill me.
Exactly. Right.
No, but I met someone with our name. A noble in South Imea. And she kind of looks like us.
She was half Genasi?
No, I think she's related on Mum's side.
Oh, right. Yeah. I guess we never really got a full story from Mum. Every time we talked to
we don't
her,
know.
she kind of...
So, She and I will
went the
be having
same
a
way
chat.
as Dad. It was
Mm. Yeah.
just kind of like
She and I will be
chilling,
having a
but-
chat when we get there.
She'll be happy to see you.
I'm looking forward to seeing her. I'm sure she misses you.
Not as much as
She
she misses you.
misses you. Mm. She misses both of us. The same.
Sure.
It's good to see you. Good to talk to you.
It's good to see you too. Please be careful. There's no good way for me to say this in response to the business that we've made, but yeah, the upper hand is not great.
I gathered.
You know, also, Lucan obviously is dangerous. But I guess now that we're talking about it, I should say that there's a difference between with the upper hand, everything was about money, which was very easy to work with, and Lucan was with them at the time and kind of just took some sort of leadership things, but I got a really bad feeling about him in the like ranger sort of like, type of senses. I just there's a everybody's fueled by something, and for him it wasn't money. It just felt like
I picked
he was
up on
just
that.
evil.
I picked up on that. He has a bit of a past with someone else I'm traveling with, and he made it very clear that Lucan is dangerous and bad news.
Okay.
So, trust me, you don't have to tell me that.
Okay, good. He's kind of
But
cute.
I want
though,
you to be careful. Oh God, he's gorgeous,
right?
right?
Maybe I could fix him.
Not if I fix him
of
first.
course.
Of course. Nah. You be careful as well. I mean, you're traveling with someone he's actively hunting, so.
I really doubt he's going to find us here.
Good. Keep it that way.
All right, well, I have to climb down from a mountain. Your sister's rock climbing now, apparently.
Wow, that's new.
Well, the fucking child just went off and just started running up a mountain. It's just...
See, my child is unconscious, so she's easy.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart. Just, just knock them out. Easy to transport.
Yep. Yep. Babysitting's
right.
a lot easier when they're sleeping the whole time.
Yeah, guess so. All right, well, I gotta find a staircase or something.
Good luck.
Thanks. Be careful.
Tell me if you hear anything crucial. I'll tell you the same.
I will. All right. Love you.
I love you.
There.
I literally just almost went to hang up. Like it was legit FaceTime.
Method acting. Awesome. Cool. I gotta roll for it. Hold on. Because you were doing pretty bad. Okay, no. I rolled really bad. In this
Great,
moment,
super.
you hear the door like, as you see Ewolf, whom I'm sorry, gang. I still don't have a picture of. I keep forgetting. He's not hard to make at
I
all.
don't even know how to spell Ewolf.
It's truly like EWLF, Ewolf.
EW. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll put it in the thing for you guys. But yeah, you see him just kind of standing in the doorway. Hi.
Oh, sorry. Hi. I needed I needed a quiet space to think, and well, the dog is in my room, and he's extremely not quiet. And I
Okay.
figured you'd be in with Alyssa. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
No,
I
that's
didn't.
so.
I didn't look in anything. I just.
Okay, cool, great. Cool. Well, if you want
Did
to
you?
continue to not look in anything, you can hang out here. But
You weren't like listening at the door or anything, were you? Not that you shouldn't have been.
I
It's
heard everything.
okay.
No, I wasn't listening at all. No,
Oh,
I just got.
that's fine. Is talking to my sister.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I. Sorry,
I'm
this is super awkward. Do you want me to leave, or do you want?
I'm gonna leave. I'll leave. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm
You
really
can
sorry.
Stay. You can stay. Just like don't.
Nope.
Go in any
I'm
of the
gone. Here I
doors.
go.
They
Bye.
were there when I got there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Bye. Bye. So
Bye.
you definitely close the door. Like it's one of those
Oh,
scenes like we need something physical between us right now. Like get away
Oh,
from
yeah.
me.
Oh yeah. Fully avoiding eye contact with each other. Bye. Okay. Bye.
You got Cool. Yeah, I think so we'll kind of come back to Tishian and Bixeldan. Bixeldan, with your identify, it's going to work no matter what, but I would like an Arcana check on top of that.
Okay.
Just to see
12.
what you pick up. 12. Okay, cool. With identify, you catch something in the like I think what lights up is the kind of like tuft sort of scar looking. The whole thing kind of like lights up, and you can see that the effect of what is magical about that scar truly seems to depend on the person who is touching it. It's something that seems to be extremely volatile, like in a form of like there's a piece of it that I think you recognize as being on the like chaos side of magic. Similar to Alyssa, that like as you're kind of casting identify, there's probably some residual sort of like thing of like her foot like is like distracting and like how blinding it is. That's like kind of like peeking into your vision on this side. But you you get the idea that it's something that can be useful, or it can be extremely bad. It seems like it's a coin flip. Something that would probably be useful in an act of desperation to try to change an outcome of something. But it truly is a coin flip on whether or not it will work in your favor or not. That's what you get with a 12. Nothing specific, nothing mechanical.
I'm sorry, trying to get, there we go. I'm rolling a die because impulse control.
Sure.
Okay, I was able to control impulses.
Okay. Anthony, you haven't seen them in a little bit. Is there a possibility that you're also walking into this room?
Is this Alyssa's room?
This would be Alyssa's room, yeah. So I'm not forcing it at all, just kind of.
Yeah, I feel like she beelines there after. Okay, Ewolf's not in there, so it's not as like. I feel like she kind of steers clear just to like keep it from being too crowded. She's like,
Sure.
Leave-Wolf's not in there, so I'll stop by and like see what's going on.
And now it's crowded.
And now it's
now
crowded. As you walk in and you see, I think you see Titian's like sort of like you see the back of Titian first. That's because I don't think he stepped very far into the door, like into the doorway.
I
So
crashed
you
right
open
into
and
him
that's
because I
what you
wasn't
run into.
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, you said beeline. So yeah,
Oof. Oh,
Uh,
hi.
I think Titian, you full on don't move. Like it's that like level of like.
No, he's a brick wall.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Titian, I like to think Titian has been trying to hold his breath this whole time while Bixeldan is casting Identify. So I think like he's just like holding on to that for a second, trying just his best not to move.
Yeah, you're bracing fully in this moment. Yeah, so cool. Yeah, you feel someone run into your back.
Oh, oh.
Right into Bixeldan's face.
Oh fuck.
At least you didn't spill your coffee.
No, that's true.
What the
Drinking
What the hell are
full
you
of
two
coffee.
doing?
What?
I hate it.
Hold
I
on. Wait a
hate it.
minute.
Yeah.
If you have a bowl, you are just.
I'm just doing it like
That's
this.
what
Yeah,
That's you're not.
I'm holding it.
pouring up to
I'm holding it up a little bit and just doing that, like
I
laughing it up a
hate
little
that.
bit,
I hate that very much.
like
you
just
were
laughing
taught
at
to
very.
you were taught to be very formal when not with your
Yeah.
own kind, and that's what that is. It's
Titian,
just
Titian has like 80% of it down. It's that other 20% that he's really, you know,
just enough
yeah,
to tip out of view.
exactly. Oh boy. Good morning, Ianthe.
Ow. I think I
Did
bruised
you-
my nose. What are you doing?
Just guy things, right? Right, Bix.
As you turn to the other side, you see Bix just standing on top of a chest.
That's exactly where I was probably thinking I was doing. We're just staring into each other's eyes right now. Normal guy things.
just.
Aw, that's really sweet, you guys. Oh, I love that for you.
Oh,
Once
thanks.
I'm
Anthony
done,
really
I'm
thinks
writing.
they're in love right
I'm-
now.
I'm journaling.
Oh.
Yep.
Did you get some
I-
good information from there, Bix, or did you?
You have been touched by chaos, my friend.
Oh, is that what we're calling it?
You know, that's not the first time I've heard that before.
I mean, like you said, one time you could touch your face and you can see time, and one time somebody can touch your face and draw, and sometimes you can touch your face and relive a massacre. It's just random, and it just depends on who's touching it. It is amazing.
Wait a second. Wait a second. So are you saying that like there's no way to like control this? Are you saying this is just
Not at this time right now. No, it's all chaos. It's like her. It's chaos.
oh all right, so you're saying that people can, if people touch me, they might just
could
have
be- It could be really, really good,
yeah.
or you could cease to exist.
Oh, okay.
Is there
I will
an
say-
in-between
I will say-
option?
Mechanics wise, that's not necessarily true, but yes, I like
Yeah,
that.
I'm running with
I like it.
Yeah. Run with it. Go for it. Yeah. Just above
So-
board.
Yeah.
So you're saying that like I can. Well, hold on. Am I hearing you right? Like, are you saying that like safely?
Have you tried touching your own face?
I
I
honestly,
feel like Ivy's just slinking away. Like, what? the
Oh,
fuck
for
is wrong with
sure.
this
I'm like,
boat?
I'm just
What?
wondering because
Too many boys.
go.
I,
I just
Too many boys.
I
I'm gonna
just
go find
wonder
Aaron.
because most people will touch their face. They can't help it.
I'm,
So I just wondered if you have experienced anything touching your face. I'm not recommending it.
I mean, I've
But
been sort of
also,
saying that part. I've been like kind of twisting my other like, but not that part. Like,
Oh,
you know, I haven't.
I want to put a pin in that.
Yeah, yeah. Um. Hey, can we talk about something more pleasant now? Because I'm kind of getting a little bummed out, thinking,
Bummed out. This is amazing.
well, for you maybe.
Of all the things I've seen today, this is one of the most fascinating.
Bix, from what you're telling me, I safely can't be touched by anybody.
No, 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 no. Your face can't safely be touched by anybody.
A lot of people want to touch my face,
This
and
is true. I almost just did then again, but I held back.
oh boy,
You have a very touchable face.
yeah.
I
I mean,
like seriously.
Jesus, this sounds. Hey, Bix, what are these doodads on the floor over here? Are they Have you figured out what those are? She's
They
just trying to change the subject right now.
great
Absolutely.
stuff. I'm glad you mentioned it, and I'll pop down off the chest and pick up the dagger first. Not pointy end up this time.
Okay. Oh, you're going to give that? Are you giving that to me? Yeah, you notice I have a
No,
moon
look
tattooed right here.
that. Look
That's.
at the
I mean,
look.
I normally use a sword, but sometimes a dagger in close combat is really good too. Um, no. Oh. All right. I'll just stand right here then.
Look at the moon.
Yeah, I got moon right here. Remember, you were there when I got it tattooed.
I've seen her bend the moon and use the moon.
We can both do moon stuff. I'm just saying, but it's fine. Yeah, I'll be quiet now. I feel like I need to be quiet.
Ianthe, you're looking at the knife that Bixeldan's holding.
Yeah.
I think you see something reflected in it that doesn't really make sense. It should be your face or the wood or Titian's face or something. You see something that looks to be like you see it almost looks like a surface of like a craggy sort of like light gray like I'm trying to describe the surface of the moon. You see
Yeah.
what looks to be the surface of the moon.
May I take a look at that?
You most certainly may take a look at that. I don't own it. I'll handle first.
Thank you. Look at it.
As you hold on to it, go give me an Arcana check with advantage.
Oh, that's right. It's +0. 12.
12. With a 12.
Wait. Look. You're not looking at the moon. I'll give her +5.
There you
Ah.
go. Sweet. Okay. As you look at this this dagger, you're seeing that sort of vision of this like surface area, and it is kind of zoomed out. It kind of like takes up that whole like sort of surface of that blade. You're not really sure why, but you're reminded of I think maybe because you just kind of got off the phone with your the shell phone with Daphne, and you guys used to spend a lot of like nights on crazy stuff that would end up, those nights would end with you looking up at the moon. You're just reminded of that memory here, and it's up to you whether or not you kind of like get the idea why. As you do so, though, I think you feel a How do you regard magic? What does Ianthe think of magic? or like feel of magic? I guess is more like a personal sort of thing.
Like a general attitude towards it.
Yeah, yeah. What's your attitude towards magic? Thank you.
I think she is very. She likes having magic. She likes it makes her special.
Okay.
Um, so I think on the whole, she likes it. She thinks it like magic can be very beautiful
Okay.
and very dangerous. Um, but a lot of
Okay.
a lot
I
of
think
forces are.
so. What I'll do is I'll tell you what you're feeling, and you can tell me how you're reacting. Because I think that's it's helpful, but I don't think it necessarily gives me an idea of how to relay this. But that's totally fine. I would say that you can tell me what you're doing with this. You feel uh, as you touch this dagger, there's a point where when you kind of like tap into your inner magic, there's a feeling that you get, whether it's like really cold, really hot. You feel that immediately, as if you're already in the throes of like the middle of casting a spell, the middle of sacred flame. Like there's a that like feeling of how it leaves your fingertips uh, is there immediately when you touch this dagger. You feel like this helps to like channel and fuel what's in you. And as you're holding it, you're not going to be able to change the like like this is always going to be a dagger, but it changes in your hand physically. Tell me what it looks like now as you're holding it.
Um, I think it becomes very sleek and like very thin and narrow, almost like kind of spindly.
Yeah, like kind of like a stiletto dagger sort of thing, right?
Yes.
Like there's like this cool, like just much thinner. What does the hilt look like?
It's silver with I think there might be maybe not necessarily like valuable gems specifically, but like what looks like some blood red gems in it.
Cool. If you would like, uh, actually, in regards to that, the Bloodwell vial that you wear, if you would like to transfer that to this dagger, you can. And I'll say, I
Ooh.
should, um, I should probably send this to you now at this point, doing that. But
Ooh.
I would say it makes sense. I would say you can always bring it back if you didn't want to. But the idea of like the red gems in there kind of like makes sense that
Yeah.
that's like maybe they kind of like collect together in this.
Yeah. That's
Uh,
exactly what I was thinking of when I said the red gems.
okay, great, awesome. So yeah, so I think as you're kind of staring, as both of you are kind of staring at Ianthe, there's a what you all see is like the Ianthe's form around her. There's this like cool white like smoke that it's like just like maybe a quarter of an inch thick. It seems like she's just like outlined in it, um, and it just seems to kind of like start to kind of pull off her. And you can see like little plumes like kind of start to kind of come off as you see. Is the Bloodwell vial noticeable on your neck actually?
Oh yeah, I have a low cut dress.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if you were
It's
trying to
pretty
keep it
prominent.
hidden or not. You
No,
got it.
no,
You
it's prominent.
see, I think at least Bixeldan, it's up to Tisha whether it is, but I think say Bixeldan, you definitely see the vial itself seems to kind of like the reddish liquid seems to kind of go down, and or actually it comes up and just becomes this like little like bubble, and just floats over to the hilt and then materializes into those. You said 3 red gems, right?
Sure. I didn't give a specific number, but 3 is good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, whatever you want.
It's just the best day ever.
Yeah. Yeah, the part of you I think picks it in that you're like, it's not really her style, but yes, so it does seem to change in that. Sending it to you now.
Yeah.
This is going to take you a little bit to look at, I imagine. Hold on.
Okay. Great. You guys do stuff. I'm gonna look at this.
It is not popping up for me right now. Hold on. So as that's happening, you guys see this. What do you guys do?
I think Tishian's just like slowly picking up, like as there's that interaction between Bixelden and Ianthe, Tishian is starting to pick up and look at and fiddle with the other objects.
Okay, you got it.
And if I see him doing that, and if I can, I'm going to try to hide the bottle from him.
Let's roll for it. Perception against either sleight of hand or stealth, I would say.
Okay.
Oh boy, perception. All right,
There you go. Added now, Ianthe.
7.
12.
Fudge. All right,
That's close.
that's close.
I rolled a 7.
I rolled a 3.
You do see. So you one thing that just for the record, because it hasn't been really mentioned yet. You do notice that there's like this dark, like kind of the blackest black sort of shade of a cloak that you see that's kind of like just been like laid out.
Yeah.
Kind of on the floor. I think for a second you thought it was like the tablecloth that these things are laying on, but you see that's its own thing. Yeah, you see that. You see all the other things too. I just mentioned.
There's a lot of good stuff for sneaking in here. That I can tell you.
Oh, you think there's some good stuff for snaking?
There's some really good stuff for sneaking in here, like the ring. This ring will make you invisible for a little bit.
Yeah.
The cloak will do it too, but it's got to be dark.
It's got to be dark for the cloak to work?
Yeah. If it's dark outside or you're in a dark place, it'll make you pretty much invisible.
Oh. What if you're just outside in the sunlight? Will it also work as a cloak?
Well, yeah. It'll be a cloak, absolutely.
Is the cloak big? Like, do you think it's big enough for?
What I've seen in my studies and my researches with a lot of these types of magical items, that the person who acclimates himself to them, it can kind of take the size it needs to. Like this ring here might be too small for you, but once you get acclimated to it, it'll fit your finger.
Mm-hmm. I see.
The same would be true of the cloak.
All right. I mean, do you mind, like, I guess, like, are these just for the taking, or like, am I shopping?
I really think I'll be honest with you. Let's full transparency.
Oh yeah, cards on the table. Let's talk.
I took the pendant. I took this. This is just beyond fascinating. It allows the user to manipulate time.
Oh shit, that sounds fun. All right.
I don't know exactly to what extent. I've tried it on a few different things. I haven't tried it on anything alive yet. I'm going to look for some bugs later and see.
I'll fucking try it on me.
Locket, for the record. You're holding up the locket.
Yeah, right. I said,
do you want to try it on me?
I don't know if you would be the best place to experiment. I'd rather find a bug or something first.
He might. I can't remember what I put as the stipulation on there, but he might be able to pass it. I don't remember.
All right. I mean, that's okay. All right, I get it. Well, let me know if you want a bigger subject. So you're taking the pendant.
Well, yeah, and I did allow Green to have a lovely necklace. Goes with his eyes. At least I told him it did.
Yeah.
It lets him breathe underwater, which I think could be very useful in this situation.
Yeah, that makes total sense for him. Like,
You being
yeah,
the physical specimen that you are, I'm not worried about your ability to swim.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I can just sink anywhere.
Exactly. And then Ianthe gave her the dagger. Figured this
Sure.
trident, amazing for a dean. But I think we really probably need to talk about it. I don't think it should just be snag it.
Oh, okay.
We've got this cool seashell here that helps you calm storms and calm angry water monsters. And
I don't want that. I mean, to be honest with you, the thing that's poking at me is the cloak. The cloak sounds really nice. If that's not a problem.
if you think you need help hiding, I think it won't make you invisible. I'm not gonna. I think I went a little too enthusiastic with that, but
Yeah,
it will
yeah.
help you hide when it's dark.
Can I be cards on the table? Like
Yeah.
cards on the table, blunt.
Yeah.
This is between you and me. Just
And
just
Ianthe.
to and Ianthe's here too. We don't need to like. She is
I
absolutely
just
here.
lost looking at this
I
dagger for a second.
Can I just
Yeah,
be?
she's like, huh? What's
Yeah.
happening?
I understand that can make you. I just kind of really want a cloak. If I'm being honest with you.
I
Um.
have no issue with you having a cloak.
Yeah. I just kind of like. I feel like I have this shirt and I have these pants, but I feel like a cloak or I think it'll just make me feel that much more powerful in a way.
And being so dark, you can hold the goth vibe.
I just want to. Yeah, I think that it kind of. Well, maybe not. I don't know about goth, but just like definitely flowy. I just want to be a little bit more flowy.
You would look very intimidating with that blackness.
Yeah,
That
that's what my
darkness, you
thinking
would
is.
be one with shadows.
Well, I mean, if you're okay
I'm
with it,
good
I'll
with it.
just okay. Well, if you're all right with it, if it's truly fine, I'll just go ahead and pick that up. And
It's
I'm just
not
gonna.
mine. It's not mine. So I give a vote for you to try it
Oh
out.
well, I appreciate that. Okay. Well, I'll just pick it up and I'll whip it around and all right. How's it look?
Looks fantastic.
All right. Anthony, what do you think of my cloak? You have a good fashion.
Oh, yeah, it looks great.
Oh, awesome. Well, I think this feels great. And does the cloak have a hood on it or anything like that, Joe? Oh, he's gone.
Seems like it would.
Yeah,
I feel like
Tishy.
it would.
Yeah.
It
I think
does.
Tishin is just gonna throw the hood over his head,
Yeah.
and he's just going to wear the cloak out. I think.
Cool. So now I've got a ring, a seashell, a bottle,
Yeah.
and um, the gem of translation yet too.
Is that the opal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't write it down. I was like, we have this opal, and I can't remember what it is.
Yeah.
And then what was the ring?
It makes it there. Apparently, there's something else to it because Joe asked me if I was wearing it. It is. It allows you to be invisible
Yeah.
for a certain amount of time. So he told me not to
That's
be
right.
heavy on the mechanics. It's short. It's a short amount of time, but
Can I above board something though with you, Chris? Like
sure.
outside of character.
Yeah.
I'm worried that like did Bixeldan want the cloak to try to hide being a goblin in any way? 'Cause I feel
No,
like
no,
I
no.
think,
It
like,
would just be to help with
Okay.
his stealth. It not because
Okay.
it's not the being in North Amaya. North Amaya, it's not a
Shouldn't be a
concern.
thing. Okay.
It's
I
South
was
Amaya, and that's why I was been working on a mask too.
Okay.
I've been working on a mask so I could have that for
yeah.
if I need to worry about it.
Am I thinking
Smart,
now?
but terrifying.
I just wanted to have like a second to be like, well, maybe actually Bix wanted that for that, but if it's good, okay.
No, it was just because the hiding. But I mean, I've got a decent stealth ability, so it's
Okay.
not a big deal. Plus, I can turn
Uh,
invisible if I need to.
Can you guys
Well,
hear me?
We can hear
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Sorry about that. I have no idea what's going on. My internet's fine. I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the record, also above board, you guys can like trade back. That's not like
Yeah.
it's not like you're gonna be
Yeah.
stuck with these things forever.
Nope, it's not. And Erin gets the seashell,
As far yeah.
whether she wants it or not. She gets a seashell.
One thing actually I think that is gonna be pretty important here. Actually we'll handle that in a second. Remind me about the seashell.
Once when the giant sea monster shows up is when it's going to matter.
Yeah, there's
Summon
Ukatoa.
there's one other thing on that, but yeah, okay. So Titian, you put on the cloak.
Yes.
You got it.
Yes.
Cool. As you put the cloak on, you guys are like there's a lot of like natural light in here, I imagine. So you notice that the cloak itself, like kind of uh, on top of you, doesn't seem to be like. I don't think you notice anything right now. But it looks good.
Yeah. I think it fits. It seems to go down further than you would think. You know, like it's hard
What
to
if I
find.
try to cover up the porthole?
I'm
You
sorry.
cover up the
What?
porthole.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Porthole.
Porthole.
Yeah. Okay. So you do so. Titian, you're a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
So for you, I will say also the idea of like anything that's sort of stealthy on the Titian, you don't feel any different here.
Mm-hmm.
So any of like the magic that's working here, you don't see anything. Bixeldan, you see that there is like there's still like natural light even like coming up from like how are you covering up the portal actually?
Like with my cloak, just kind of trying to put it over the.
You got it. Yep. And so your cloak probably has like some light that's kind of shining through the sort of like things of the texture there. So you can see like you can still see in this room. Titian is gone. Like you what you see in his place is just like black. You don't see necessarily behind him, right? So again, so like you said, like you don't it's not invisibility. But you do not see any sort of. You don't even really see the outline of him. You see kind of like a black blob where you assume he is.
And then I'm going to slowly bring the cloak down so the light comes on. It's experiment time. Bye, Joe. I feel bad because Brandon's like been on his little island.
Oh.
For
We'll
what?
make you do stuff.
You need to come into this room.
Stuff.
You need to come into this room with us, and we can just all be crowded in here together.
Making bad decisions together.
It's all good. I'm writing stuff down / looking at stuff.
Ooh, okay. Interesting. Joe just added it to my inventory.
See, I still have. It hasn't been. It's not the locket.
Okay.
I haven't seen that on my inventory yet. So
It should
We
be
can
on
hear
there.
on my inventory.
Oh.
Yeah.
wow.
Did you refresh?
You might have to refresh the page. That's what I had to do.
Yeah, you always gotta refresh it.
That would explain it.
Same thing for you, Titian. Oh wait, I didn't add it.
Oh,
yet.
I see.
I actually already have it in the shadow cloak.
Yep, you got it.
I got it.
So
That's
I will
cool.
say,
That's
just
dope.
because my my computer seems to be freaking out on here, we'll kind of say that as we see the version, you pull your cloak kind of off the porthole here. What you should see is like Titian's face kind of like start to kind of come into view here. You see it like go in like in the way that an invisibility ring would, or an invisibility would work, like how it just seems like it's kind of like blips in and out. His face
Just like that.
Just
Flips
like
out. Blue second.
Oh no.
I was like, maybe when Joe comes back, it might be a good time to like take our 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about.
We're gonna go to break.
Yeah, we did.
Same page.
All right. See you in 10.
Okay. So one thing I did want to get into that I think I forgot to do, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on here, but Bixeldan. We'll say this is this shouldn't really necessarily retcon anything, but did I have you roll a like Arcana check on these items in general?
Only on one of them.
Okay, cool, awesome. What was the item I had you roll on?
Gosh, I don't even remember. I'm sorry. The only roll I remember. I remember I rolled Arcana and it wasn't good on something, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, well I don't remember either, so let's go ahead and just have you re-roll it then.
Okay. $26.
Okay. 26 is good. With the 26, you've been spending time like kind of like looking at all of these things. Is there anything that you're looking at as like this is something that I have a specific person in mind for?
You know, the only other than the dagger, the other one, only person I saw said I really think would be fit would be the trident.
Right, absolutely, yeah. And that one, I just assume we all know where that's going. But
Yeah.
honestly, it could go wherever you guys want to go. For the record, any of these can go wherever you guys want to go. The only things in specifically wouldn't help anyone is the dagger, except for Ianthe. So
Right. I mean, like I said, it's like I could see they're all a lot of good little knickknacks and little good support items,
yeah,
but nothing that's like going to stand alone change the world.
yeah.
You know, so that's how I see it. That's how I see it. I mean,
I'll say this. Here's what I can tell you. 26 is good. You look at that ring.
mm-hmm,
The most simplistic looking thing here.
mm-hmm.
Just a simple. I think it's. I think we said it was gold, but it might even be gold. It might be like just like a bronze ring. Like it's very
Sure.
not a precious metal. You could definitely tell that it was magical right out of the gate. But
Right.
I think, and I think maybe we'll kind of take this moment as this is happening, as you're noticing other people kind of like looking at the items too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You take a second look at the ring,
Mm-hmm.
and you feel a cold chill down your spine. There's something off about that ring.
Mm-hmm.
One of the funny thing is, like you said specifically, nothing seems to be necessarily like game breaking or powerful or anything.
Based on the descriptions I had in front of me, yes.
Of course, yeah. You feel like that may not apply to that ring.
Yeah, I wondered that when you said, "Are you wearing the ring?" once.
I know you guys screwed me up on that.
I think if I realize something's a little weird on it, I will probably try it on when nobody's there.
Oh, okay.
If nobody's there.
Cool. All right, so you wait. Cool. So all right, so now we're going to come back to this scene now.
Mm-hmm.
So Titian, you have the cloak. You just pulled the like sort of thing away, and you see his face, very similar to like an invisibility sword, just kind of like blips into existence here.
Yeah.
We can say at this moment, as Evan pointed out during the break, like it's been cool to have kind of like a slow reveal on this, but it might be cool to just say on screen what these things physically do. So let's start with and these are only given when they're like decided where they're going on purpose, because that kind of gives that sort of vibe of like the character, and then after that you guys can decide whether or not you want to switch it around or whatever. So Titian, go ahead and tell me what your cloak does.
Yeah, it's velvety and dark. Helps the wearer meld into shadows and becoming nearly invisible. It is a shadow cloak. It offers me the ability to have advantage on dexterity stealth checks when in dim light. And it also gives me a +1 to my AC in dim light or darkness while I'm there. So it's pretty dope, but I have some idea what to do with
Yeah.
this.
Very cool. And it is a cloak. It's not armor, so everything
Yep.
still applies.
I like it.
Cool. Grian, if you can talk about the you got the pendant, right?
The mermaid's tear.
That one's relatively simple. Go ahead and go that one.
Yeah, it's a delicate pendant with a shimmering blue gemstone. This pendant grants the wearer the ability to breathe underwater.
You got it. Also, I don't think it doesn't need to be attuned. You're just wearing it.
Ooh, nice.
You also get underwater movement speed or just breathing.
Just breathing. Cool. Anthony. You ready to
It
read
does a
yours
lot.
off? It does a lot.
Yeah, it does a lot. All right. I have +2 damage. No, +2 to attack and damage rolls with the dagger. Gives the wielder advantage on stealth checks when under moonlight. Becomes empowered by exposure to moonlight during a long rest in the presence of moonlight. The dagger gains charges equal to the number of hours exposed, up to 10 charges. As a bonus action, the sorcerer can expend a charge to infuse the dagger with sorceress energy. The next successful hit deals an additional 1d6 force damage. When casting a spell that deals cold, force, or thunder damage, which is, I'm pretty sure, none of my spells, the damage increases by 1d4, and the sorcerer can spend 1 charge and have the sorcery point requirement to use any meta magic option on a spell they cast through the moonlit dagger.
So,
It's very
for point
sorcery.
of yes, very sorcery. For point of clarification on here, one thing, the +2 to like the attack and damage rolls is truly there to be like, if you want to use this dagger as a dagger, you
If I stab.
can. You're like, and
I need to
truly
stab.
like with Ianthe, it's like it's equal to about what like a short sword level of like attack would be for like a normal sort of like an everyman sort of thing, because Ianthe is not particularly very like martial capable.
Not so much.
So this allows the dagger to feel like capable as a dagger. But the big thing to it is the meta magic piece of it. So it halves the sorcery points with 1 charge, halves the sorcery points needed for any meta magic, not just the ones you know.
Oh.
Any.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I did have a question about that. If
Yes.
the sorcery points needed is an odd number, like 3, do I round
Always
up or
round
down?
down. Always round down.
Super.
Good question. Also, so here's kind of the catch-22 of this. So it has 10 charges. That to charge it, you have to be able to have it under moonlight to recharge it. The number of the reason why we got to 10, I had to do a bunch of moon math here, because typically the moon is able to be seen for about 12 hours, give or take, except for the new moon, because it comes up at the same time the sun does and goes down the same time the sun does. So we never actually see the new moon, which is why it's like, because it's just nothing, right? We see the absence of a moon. So in that regard, that's 0. So to be able to get the idea of how the charges would work, I had to add 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12, like for all the phases of the moon, which is 8.
Yeah.
So I did 7 12s and 1 0, and then average that up, which ended up becoming 10 and a half. So rounded down to 10. So that's why you have 10 charges. Because the average like sort of time you'd be able to leave it out under the moonlight. But this also means, by the way, like there's also chances like where you guys are in caves, or there's something that's happening where you're not able to leave it in moonlight. That means you're now having to pay attention to that resource pretty carefully. But yeah.
I'm just picturing when we're like camping and we're like keeping watch, and she's like, okay, while you're keeping watch, can you also just like hold my dagger out in the moonlight, please?
Yeah. And for the like, you could like you can like stick it in a tree or like put it somewhere where like you just want to make sure you're putting it like above board. I want you to tell me like I make sure I leave my dagger out like somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Also, leaving the dagger outside could spurn issues of security, things like that. So
that's why it's got to be. That's why it needs a babysitter with whoever's keeping watch.
right, yeah.
You have to babysit my dagger.
But yeah, that's a good one. I'm pretty proud of that one. That one's going to be fun for you, I think. Cool. So we continue on. So at this point, I'd say like Bixeldan, if you want, like, because this is obviously what this session is about, is like trying to kind of figure out the magic items and kind of like move along with them. So Bixeldan, if you want to start to kind of like pull the other like magic items to like the top of the deck, so that everybody kind of has like a good sort of like view of them and what they're able to see, and so they can kind of like sparse out what's going where.
I would want to try out the ring before I did that, though.
Well, you said you wanted to make sure that nobody else was in the room.
Right. So that one I'm going to probably keep to myself.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like that doesn't make it above deck. Yes. Absolutely.
So what you would then see, and I'm apprehensive about it, but he's one of us. Gotta love the big galoot. The bottle, the storm in a bottle, the shell, and the pendant are what's left.
Correct. Now, some of you guys, like for the record, above board, I did not make any of these magic items with anyone in mind. Again, like I said, except for the Moonlit Dagger. That was the only thing. So some of you would do really well with a couple of these. Some of you wouldn't really do well with any of these. Right. And the reality is a lot of you actually still have, like, you already have magic items that are very useful. So there's that like sort of level there. So in the idea of like dispersing it evenly, that could be tricky. I would look at it as the idea of like who is able to use this the best would be something to kind of like think about. Because you guys also got some money too.
Yeah. Because like the pendant would be really good for a talker. I mean, it'd also be good for somebody researching things, but it'd also be good for somebody who needs to communicate with other people. We've got 3 talkers in the party.
Yeah.
So
you do have. Go ahead.
Sorry, as I'm assuming you're including Titian as one of those talkers.
High charisma people, yes.
Yeah, I'll take myself out of that equation immediately. I think Grianne or Ianthe are way better at talking just in character. So I'll just, if it makes it easier for you, Chris.
No, that's fine. Like I said, that's fine. I'm just saying is, it would be good for somebody doing, once again, if it's something that doesn't need attunement, it's also a good one. Like we needed to do some research here, take the pendant, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now the shell, which calms storms or sea monsters, basically, I could see it's got such an Adim vibe to it. It hurts. Because like he's Aquaman.
You don't want to give that to Adim.
Just
keep in mind, Adim's also getting, like, not that it has to be evenly dispersed, but Adim is also getting that trident.
Yeah, I'm just saying for flavor.
You identified his amulet.
Yeah, that's right. So my point being is that it's just vibe wise, it goes with Adim, but I could see it being useful for anybody, especially on a boat.
Yeah, I think
heck, that could go to Kofi almost.
I was being a little withholding with you on that. I think I don't have to be now at this point on it, because I was trying to kind of give that a sense to be able to kind of like have that realization happen a little bit more organically. But I think at this point, Bix, I'm just going to send you exactly what the shell is.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll say while I'm doing that, I mean, it doesn't all have to be just about the items. What else do you guys want to do around here? Obviously, Titian, you're still trying to kind of avoid Kofi.
A little bit. Just to have the awkwardness of it, I think, of the whole situation, and just trying to avoid conflict.
Yeah.
So I think Titian is sort of like, when he can, he's still like overlooking this side of the boat, maybe making conversation with a few people here and there.
Okay.
Depending on if we want to pick that up, or
Yeah, go for it.
So I think Titian's just on the deck with his new cloak, and he's just sort of like flipping it around a little bit, like just sort of like trying to like figure out the style of it.
Okay.
Um,
Steadily operating it.
hey, Grian.
Yeah.
Hey, Grian. Check out my cloak.
That's is that the one that Bix gave you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he gave it to me. Check this out. And like he'll just like do that. It apparently like it does something really cool, but I just liked it because it's kind of made out of velvet and stuff. Like I think it's just going to serve me really well. What do you think?
I mean, I think it looks great, but I don't know what it does exactly. So,
I mean, it's a cloak. You wear it. It's just really nice. What did you get from Bex?
I got a necklace that can let me breathe underwater.
That's cool too. I like that. So are you gonna? So what's it? So are you gonna? Have you tried it out yet?
I haven't yet. I don't know how it's gonna go, so maybe I'll wait till we're not on a moving ship, and I'll like.
Do you think if you can jump in the water, do you think your wings will help you swim really fast?
I don't know. It's a great question. Maybe not, because they'd be like waterlogged. I don't know.
I don't know. Like I just would assume like they gotta be like some ways they gotta operate kind of like fins and like right like.
I mean, I guess there's one way to find out, right?
Maybe. I can tie a rope to you and like hold on to you to make sure you don't get too far away, and then we can like test this out.
Sounds like a great idea.
I mean, if you want to, no pressure. I'm not trying to. I'm also just happy sitting here chilling with you too, if you want. But like, I mean, if you want to jump in the water and breathe and test stuff out, I'm happy to do that as well.
Let's try it.
Oh yeah.
So I'll stand on the banister, pop wings out, and I'll kind of just like fly up like a. Go ahead.
Titian's gonna tie a rope around your waist, and he's gonna do like a really nice knot, and just give you enough length to where like if he needs to pull you back in, he will.
Cool. Okay. So I'm gonna fly up and then kind of just like a bird going down at a fish, just like go straight into the water.
Yep.
Okay.
You got this. You got this. No worries. Easy water. Glide. Like Tissue's just gonna be.
So you into the water. Mm-hmm. You immediately see like you knock like you knock directly into a school of fish, like just like all of a sudden just like kind of like move up all around you. And what are you trying to do here? You're trying to see if like the wings help you swim? Is that what you're saying?
That's one aspect, but just testing out the necklace, and I feel
testing out the necklace. Got it.
And I feel like there's a kind of that thing, you're underwater and you're like, don't breathe, and it's kind of like getting over that mental hurdle of like it's okay, like just take. Hey, a breath.
Brandon, thank you. I say this all the time with like anytime someone's like learning to breathe underwater for the first time. That's got to be fucking terrifying, like because you have to let it in to be able to breathe it out. You have to drown. You have to go through the act of drowning to be able to find out if you can breathe or not. So yeah, you do that. Please, your own words. You nailed it. Like you tell me what it feels like, what it looks like for Griet.
I think it would be really interesting that Grian is underwater, trying to convince himself to like take that breath, and he kind of like looks over, and there's just like not a shark, but the equivalent of like a larger creature just like swimming by, and out of instinct he just like is shocked and takes that breath of like, oh shit, and like And that's
you
how
see
he
the,
like breathes underwater for the
you
first
see this
time.
big spotted whale shark. So if you guys are the whale sharks, they're like the biggest sharks. They're like the, or I guess depends on like a great white. I don't know. When I was a kid, they were the biggest shark. But they're also like they're relatively harmless to humans. So you you see this giant thing that looks very much like a shark. Yeah, absolutely. You're like as you pull back, and yeah, that's awesome. You feel the water kind of spill into your lungs, and there's a second where there's like a positive second of like, this is it. This is how I go. And what a fucking awful, like, this is so dumb. Why did I do this? This is what's going to be on my gravestone. Seriously? This is what this is. And then all of a sudden you just like, there's no gills or anything that like comes out of it, but it's just like, there's something kind of like opens up. There's a space where you feel pressure on your throat, pressure in your throat, in your lungs. It's a weird feeling, but you're able to steadily breathe. You take in a big deep breath, you feel the water rushing down into your lungs and moving in and out. And that feeling itself, I think, probably makes you like kind of a cough and sputter. But general breathing, the water coming in and out, you're able to kind of intake the oxygen of it and send the rest out.
I wanted to see, would wings help you swim, or if they would just be like bogged down?
Sure,
I
absolutely.
think
Yeah,
it's definitely a mechanics question.
you got it. Are you swimming underwater or like trying to like do laps around the ship?
Swim underwater.
Okay, cool. Are you going straight down, or are you just like trying to stay underwater, but like staying in the like the realm of where you're at right now?
Probably with the speed of the ship, and like just trying to like keep up with it, just making sure
Okay.
that I'm not. Yeah.
Cool. So staying at that level, just trying to stay underwater.
Yeah.
You got it. Cool. As you do so, no, your wings don't help you go any faster, but it is a cool feeling of being able to the concept, the idea of being able to swim underwater for a infinite amount of time is cool enough in itself of like feeling like I think there's a strong part of you that I think kind of feels one with the ocean. Like you're like this, like, I think there's possibly like an idea that comes into your mind of like, I could now live down here if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Like there's a like, I now have an entire world opened up to me that I've never been able to experience before. It's one of those things like looking at a magic item like and like saying like, okay, cool, I can breathe underwater. Yeah, okay. But like thinking about it like in a role play perspective, that would be huge if we could do that. So I think that sort of comes to you. I think it's up to you, but Green, you might feel a little confident with that tiger shark. That tiger shark, that'd be different. That whale shark that is swimming around that same area, seeming to take no notice of you.
I would say because my swim speed is half my movement speed, so it's only like 15 feet. I'd say Titian would probably start to feel like, as I like try to keep up with the whale shark and the ship, Titian would probably start to feel the rope get like taut, as it's only like 50 feet, and I can't swim that fast.
There is one way to fix that, man. Swimming next to a whale shark. The whale shark's also going to start to swim faster than you.
I think I'd probably just take this moment to like get back up onto the ship's surface.
Cool. You got it.
As fun as that would be. So I'd probably just like breach head above water and then kind of like this like almost like a wet dog kind of like get wings out of the water to fly back up to the surface.
Yeah, your wings are heavy, like but it's hard. Like you're like like, oh fuck, okay, all right. Like everything is wet. There's no, it's truly like you weigh so much more. But yeah, you're able to kind of like shake yourself off and kind of get back into the ship. Give me a perception check.
It's a 13.
13. Okay. You have brand new experiences you're experiencing. You don't notice anything on the ship.
Cool. So I'll probably come up and I'll like cough the water up out of my lungs, which is not attractive by any means.
Mhm.
Yeah. Tishy's gonna come up immediately and start helping you slap on the back. He's just going, good rep, good rep, good rep, way to go.
So
You made it look easy. You made it look so easy. Good job. Hey.
Tishin, you see a huge fin come out of the water and like start to kind of move alongside the ship.
Okay. That's a problem for another day, possibly, I guess. Did you just swim with a shark?
it looked like a nice shark. I don't really know my water creatures too well.
Roll me an animal handling check, actually. I want this to be a bar conversation later that Grian rolled so low. He's like, yeah, I've swam with sharks that could have eaten me at any point.
As low as that would be a nat 20 for a 21.
Amazing. Well, with a nat 20, I'm going to allow you to tell me what you tell Titian.
It would probably just be like, yeah, it was this giant shark. I think it was a little intimidated by me being in there because it didn't want to eat me or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And like Green has like no idea water animals at all. He's like, yeah, like there's fish, like yeah, there's sharks, maybe some stuff, but like, I was like, yeah, it was crazy, man.
And it didn't like try to bite you or anything. Like it just like. Did it just kind of accept you as one of its own?
I don't know, because it like swam near me, but not like at me. I'm not sure. But
holy shit!
Yeah, it was crazy, dude.
Are you like part shark now or something? Like what's going like?
I didn't feel any gills, but I don't know. Maybe.
Like you might have a. That must be that. It's a pendant, right?
Yeah.
That must be a shark pendant you got there.
I literally don't know. I think Vix just handed it to me. Like, it's just, yeah.
Holy fuck. All right. This means that we might be able to get an army of sharks to fight with us against Hasamal. This is amazing news. This is awesome.
Is Hasamal near the water?
No.
Not at all. Not even a little bit. Oh man, I don't know what happened, but it looked like the realization just went across Matt's face. I'm like, oh, that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I should know that. Like,
it was badass for a second. I'll tell you that much.
It was absolutely, and it is exactly what Tishy would say. Like 100%.
Like I think the first description of Hasamal was like, it's in a desert.
Yeah, it's surrounded by land and walls and mountain ranges. Like, no.
Yeah. No. But, I mean, that's really awesome, man. Like, you got a really cool. Holy cow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
At this moment, you see. Jesus. You see Pixel Dad like kind of like fumbling with like things as he's like kind of like carrying it above board. You had to like climb up the ladder with those things, and you're just kind of like dumping them out on deck.
Before we go help Bix out with what he's doing, I just wanted to apologize for punching you in the face yesterday.
Oh, I appreciate that. It's it's all water under the bridge. I think it was partially my fault. I invited you to touch my beard, and we didn't really know what we were dealing with. Apparently, I am now chaos embodied.
That tracks.
through my beard. So I'm yeah, I'm still dealing with that a little bit, but until then, I think I'm just gonna have to keep people from touching my face.
Does it always make you see something horrible from your
Um,
past?
no, actually, the reason why we thought it was kind of fun is because it actually just made Bix over there. It just made him really good at drawing. Um, and then you were the second person. Like it made him like exceptionally good at drawing. And then when you touched it, you had that violent reaction and I guess some sort of memory or something. But then Aaron really spent a lot of time touching it. It seemed like they really like delved deep into it. It seems like it, from what Bix told me earlier, it sort of depends on the person touching it, and it's not something that can necessarily be controlled. It's more about, I don't really know what to do about it. I just gotta live with it for the moment, I guess.
And it showed up right after you had your vision, right, in Griften?
Yeah, I think when I woke up after dead mother, when you just put me to sleep, when I woke up, it sort of, it was just present there, sort of like a remnant from that vision in some ways. I don't know if they're fully connected, but they're definitely too close together to be purely coincidence, I imagine.
Well, if your vision was as any real as mine, I'm sorry you went through that.
I appreciate that. It was definitely very very real and very yeah. Sounds like we both lived through something. Don't know everything about your backstory, and I'm sure you don't know everything about mine, but it sounds like we both come from a not so happy place every once in a while. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Can never get over the scent of burning children.
Nope.
Ever.
No. It's
Yeah.
not. It's not a smell you can cover up, is it?
No. Speaking of children, let's go see what Bix has.
Oh,
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to
No.
distract us.
no. That's a good. That's a good segue as any. So let's go check on.
Don't make me open the bottle. Just don't make me open the bottle.
So cut to Bixeldan, like kind of like, starting to kind of hold up these pieces. And I think again, like Bixeldan, you'll have to kind of make a choice of like, I think this works for you.
Yeah.
Right. And
the shell one is actually the easiest to figure out based on people's skill sets.
Yes, I will say about the shell, someone showed interest in this piece, so I would allow them to roll to see if they can use it.
Okay.
Actually, I'll just message you who I'm talking about if you're not sure.
Okay. I'm not sure, so.
The pendant is like a comprehend languages or something, or speak all languages.
Yeah, for 1 hour. For 1 hour. For somebody who the shell needs to be used for somebody who can play an instrument, preferably a wind instrument, but it's good. You got to have some musical ability to use the shell. So I got nothing on this one, guys. I'm about as musical as Titian is a ballet dancer.
So very.
I think both. I like obviously Ianthe, you're definitely interested in this as an actor and a singer
Yeah.
and about music in general. Green, it's up to you. I think there's a possibility that you're also interested in this, but it's your call.
It's very very interesting, very very interesting. Um, like I was talking about earlier, you can use it a few times a day. You can make storms calm down. You can make sea creatures calm down. Or for super fun, as Tishian was talking about, you can summon sea creatures with it. Not super powerful ones, but you can summon sea creatures with this as well. So it's like Aquaman.
Yeah.
That would be a fun one for a DM.
It would be if I
But-
went for a Doom too, but it's yeah.
I mean,
You
if,
guys just want to make him into Aquaman.
if Chelsea wants it, she can have it. It's
Giving
okay.
him the trident, giving him the summon creatures, like yeah.
I'll take it. Yeah. Do I have to attune to it?
You do.
I am maxed out on attunement.
I'm sure most of you are. I'll say, do you want me to put it in your inventory so you can at least look at it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Now the bottle is a fun one.
What's in the bottle?
A storm is in the bottle.
Yeah, right. What's really in the bottle?
I would love to show you, but the problem is getting the storm back in the bottle is the hard
Oh, it's
part.
reusable?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's a
The-
reusable bottle.
Shit.
And for the record,
but the only
Before
way,
I say it, before I forget, above board, just real quick, I'm sorry. The singing seashell is not does not need to be attuned because of the which I made that decision because of the possible like you're in a significant amount of time and area where you wouldn't be able to use it. So I did not make it attunable. You're welcome.
but the bottle is the only way to get the storm back in there is you have to open it and get it done, recharge it during a storm. Is the only way to recharge it,
Oh, that's not a problem.
and it's not an automatic thing.
How many charges does it have? You can do
One.
So one storm, and then you gotta collect another. You gotta wait for another storm, and you can collect it in the bottle.
Right.
Oh, that's kind of awesome.
And you want to be kind of nimble to use it to get the storm back in the bottle. And it helps if you can manipulate the arcane, because what you can do, this is super cool, is the storm, it makes rain and thunder, but you can also shoot lightning with it. And if you get really attuned and connect with it, you can make the lightning more powerful. The more powerful the spellcaster you are, the more powerful the lightning.
Oh wow.
And I'm thinking, Chris, Aaron would be great to have this.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that too.
Because she actually has the highest dexterity in the party. You have to use a slide above board. You have to use sleight of hand to get the to get the thing.
Mhm.
I'm not sure dexterity is higher than mine, and I'm not skilled in it anyways. And if you're attuned to it, you can. The lightning does. Okay, I'm going above board here, folks. Sorry, just because.
No,
it's
go full
easier
above
this
board.
way.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine.
It works for a minute. The storm, in every round you can shoot a lightning bolt for as a bonus action
Mhm.
with 2d8 damage. But if you're attuned to it, you can pump in a spell slot and you do an extra number of d8 depending on how high the spell slot is to the lightning bolt
For that minute.
for the whole minute.
Yeah.
So
For
you
that
could,
whole minute.
so you could use a 4th level spell slot and be doing 68 as a bonus action every
Holy
turn
shit.
Holy fuck.
But without concentration, though.
without concentration.
Without
That's
concentration.
dope.
Oh,
Yeah.
and
Jesus Christ.
I was right about the fragile part. If the bottle breaks, the storm gets out uncontrolled.
Correct.
Oh. Yeah, I think that sounds like something Aaron would
I think that would be very nice for Aaron to have.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So if you want to say like you give it to Aaron right now, I will absolutely.
I'll give
put
it. I
in
would like to
their-
give it to Aaron.
Yeah, I'll put it in their inventory.
So then the only thing left is
The pendant and the ring that you don't know about.
Well, I pointed to the ring, and you're
Actually,
like,
you've seen the ring.
So my question is, did we not see all of these items like
You
come out of
did,
the
yeah, you
chest?
did.
So there's a part
You
of it that's
did,
like,
and
it's
then
not
you
that
went
we
to
don't know
sleep
the
and
ring.
then-
It's that we might not remember the ring.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Yeah.
The pendant's
gonna-
fun. The pendant.
If you want to
very
roll
fun,
to
too.
see if you notice that the ring is not there, I'm totally okay with that.
No, I can flat out ask and be like, "What about the ring?"
I'm not gonna do it. I like what Chris is doing with the ring.
Uh,
But what is it? What is the pendant? The pendant's the language one, right?
No, that they're okay. There's a locket in the pendant. The locket's the time device. The pendant just allows you for an hour today to be able to speak or read any language.
Okay.
You still have the gem as well.
The gem. That's the pendant. I thought that was the pendant.
No,
The gem
so
of
the pendant
translation.
is the-
I've
there's the-
I've been calling the gem the pendant. There's the gem of translation. And then
Come
there's
on,
the-
Artificer.
I'm sorry. There's the
You're good.
and then there's the pendant, which is the time device, which I've taken. And the pendant uses once a day. You can age or forward or backwards up to 4 D100 days for a small amount of space with an intelligence less than 8. So you could do it to Grog, but you couldn't do it to anybody in this party.
Well, they have to fit in a 2x2 foot.
Oh, 2x2, yeah, 2x2 spot. That's right. So you could not use it on any person, really. Now you can do it on a living thing, but you couldn't do it on like a full-size humanoid.
Oh wow, that's
That's
really
a
cool.
one time a day thing.
Wow. Well, I think I can see the comprehend languages working for honestly Grianne or Aaron even. Aaron does a lot of like research. They're always like kind of doing like business right outside of like stuff, so I can see where like them being able to speak multiple languages would be really cool for their character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like kind of and the above board aspect of it, like Aaron is always played as surprisingly like as wallflowery as they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like Aaron is very much a conversation type of character when it comes to those moments.
Mm-hmm.
So
in above board, when we hit level 8, I'm planning on taking a feat where I'll have comprehend languages. So I don't need it, is what I'm getting at.
yeah, and I can already read everything, so I'm like,
Yeah, you have that in vacation.
yeah.
I'll take it if no one else wants it, but like I also think if we want to give it to Aaron, I'm okay with that.
I'm good. I was thinking either Grian, Aaron, or Ianthe.
Ianthe, are you taking the singing seashell?
I will.
There's some. I mean, there's some specific like to do stuff, to do like certain things. That are the DC on things are always going to be performance check. So
Yeah, the performance checks I can do very well. I do a plus 8 to performance. So that
and Bix, you
that
already
means-
described. I think everything it does, right?
Yeah, not in perfect detail.
Yeah.
But
No, it's cool. I think I'm the best equipped to use this.
A dean also something that you could consider with the gem of translation too. But it's also I believe that one is also does not need to be attuned. I was being really nice to you guys on that. So you could even pass that around.
Yeah, that's the
So
thing.
who's-
Yeah.
Actually,
Oh,
very much.
yeah. That's right. We could use it collectively. Like
Yeah.
like, you take it. Yeah. We'll do that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Do you-
so
you want
so
me
you
to-
want Bix to hold on to it right now, or what do you?
You want me to keep it in the bag of holding?
Yeah. We'll throw it in the bag of holding.
Bag of holding.
Okay.
What's the thing called again? Gem of translation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gem of translation. Yeah.
If you want to put it in my inventory, Joe, I will throw it in the bag of holding for the.
Yeah. You got it.
If it's not a problem, I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah.
No, you're totally fine.
So then I guess that makes all the items.
Yes,
Wink.
that is all of the items.
Okay, Grian, roll me a perception check.
It's only a 12.
Yeah, I don't think you. I mean, you just did something that was miraculous. You know, I don't know if you think about the fact that you're missing something.
All right. Well, hey, Kofi, and I'll like yell up to him at the wheel.
Mhm.
How many days
Yeah.
do you think we have till we hit Celeste?
Above board. Give me a second.
You said it was like a 7-day journey, and this is kind of like day 3-ish.
Yeah, and I figured we'd probably kind of zoom forward.
It's a
So, either way. What am I doing? What am I giving you? Gem of translation. Cool. For the record about board, I think Tishan, Matt, I think you had the homebrew format taken off. That's why it didn't work now. So most of the time you should be able to kind of look these up. But that's
Oh, I appreciate
either way,
that.
we're good. Yeah. So you can go ahead and refresh your page, and you can have that. Cool. Was there something that was missing? Did we guys get everything? Nope, we got everything. Got everything.
Everything.
Have
And I need to
anything?
check. I'm going to go check on Alyssa whenever I get a chance.
You got it. This is gonna be fun. Let me handle this this thing above board real quick, just to make sure.
Oh, you're good. Ianthe, if we're heading to your hometown, have you heard from your sister? Have you talked to her? Is she okay?
Yeah. I actually just talked to her. She's fine. She's not there anymore. She's on her way to Deswolf with some other people.
Oh,
Um,
so we might see her there then.
maybe. I'm not sure. She's going to Deswolf to handle some personal business, and then I don't actually know what her plan is from there.
Okay.
But yeah, she said everything's fine there. So we should be all right. Nothing too crazy going on.
I was gonna say, because our plan is to still go there, but the two people who would know how that might work out are not here, so I'll leave that.
Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly, Kofi's kind of like, we're getting to Celeste, and that might be it for him.
Yes. Yep.
So we would still need to
1,
sail
2,
to Dare's
3,
Wharf.
4.
Or we
About
could go
4
by
days.
rail.
About 4 days.
Okay.
4 days, okay.
Just under, I think. So we'll say above board, like roleplay wise, you call up to Kofi and you hear Kofi just go, 4 days. That's it. You're not looking at Kofi, right? You're kind of just calling up to him.
I mean, like looking in his direction.
Well, he's above you. So we'll say, what I'm saying is, are you putting yourself in a position where you can see him?
Yeah.
Okay, roll me an insight check. Or perception, either one.
It's a 10.
You're killing it today on your rolls, man.
No, yeah.
We're
right.
not doing
I
great.
got one nat 20 and everything else is below a 10. It's terrible.
Yeah. Okay, cool. With a 10, you see him, I'd say like you're kind of at a distance anyway, so you see him kind of just being a little more business-like than usual. Like, actually not business, like he hasn't been ordering anyone around today at all. He Yeah, I think he still seems kind of checked out and just tells you kind of matter-of-factly 4 days.
Grian, I think maybe it's a good idea if you gave him the money that we set aside for him.
Yeah, I could do that. Do you have it in like a pouch?
Yeah. Let me hold on. 1, 2, 3. Count it out.
Mhm.
1,000.
2.
One whole day later.
3.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, you take it up to Kofi.
Yeah, I'll take it up to him.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. You see him like he looks for eyes you when you approach, and then just kind of like continues to look up on the horizon when he's going to.
We wanted to say thank you for putting up with us and putting up with this whole shenanigan. The best way that we could think of is to give you something that we found in the chest, if you're okay with that. I don't want to insult you or anything.
You do see a smile crack on his face a little bit. Whatever you think is best.
I will take the bag. Would 1,000 gold be okay?
You see him at this point kind of like leans over and tries to look at the rest of the crew. What is the rest of the crew doing? Do you guys think you're paying attention to this at all? Are you, you certainly don't have to, but are you like, for the picture, Anthony like hiding behind Titian, just like trying to see how
100%. Oh yeah, like listening, but trying to pretend like I'm not listening, but like
Cool.
I'm listening.
Love it. What's Titian doing?
I think Titian is trying not to act like he's trying to be as inconspicuous as he can.
Just standing there though.
He's just
cloak.
he's standing there, but he's looking the other way and just sort of trying to like look at the side of his eye a little bit. I think he's like, yeah, just trying to stay busy with whatever's in his hand. I think he's like probably holding his cloak a little bit or something like that. I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. Kind of peeks over. What's Bix doing?
I'm not
You think
interested.
you just like went under the ship? You're like,
Yeah.
I'm not. What a great answer. I'm not. Yeah. This drama, not for me.
Yeah,
Bix is
exactly.
going away. Yeah. I love that.
I got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. Cool. So just like looks over. We.
Yeah, I mean the 6 of us. They just thought that maybe it would be best coming from me since.
Okay.
I know it's not much, in the way of everything that's happened, but
It's a. Oh, okay. Material-wise, it's a lot. I don't know how new you guys are at this. That's a lot. That's more than I would have rationed for myself. So, but
I mean,
Sure, cool.
I grew up with parents who hunted magic items, so I'm not quite sure how this goes. But yeah, and I'll hand it to him, the 1,000.
you said you grew up with parents
Yeah.
that hunted magic. Okay, I thought you said pirates. I was like, all right, Brandon, let's look at your backstory. What the hell did I miss?
They were actually pirates. It was a typo through the whole thing. Sorry.
Yeah, through the whole thing. Oh, I meant
All 15
pirates,
pages.
not parents. Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you.
Green will like turn, but then kind of turn back. Where's home? I'm just curious.
Give me a roll adding a charisma modifier here. This is not a persuasion check. This is a how cool can you ask this question?
That is a dirty 20.
Pretty cool.
16 plus 4.
Pretty
Nice.
cool.
Roll to see what he recognized about that statement. He gives you a side look and goes, I'm from Griften, obviously. He says it in a way that clearly is a lie.
Right.
Like, he's not even trying to hide it. He's like, this is what I tell people.
Born and raised? Because I don't remember seeing any purple palm frondy plants there.
It's an island south of you.
How far south?
Oh, pretty south. It's a place called Chasavi.
Do you plan on going back there?
No. All my family is elsewhere.
I'll try to flip to my note real quick.
Yep.
What do you plan on doing after this? Do you plan on staying on the sea?
You know, most sailors have a lot of stories about the sea in terms of often personified as a woman, but a partner. I've never seen the sea as that. Sea's a cold, hard, beautiful place, but not something that I think I'm as in love with ever since it took something from me.
Things like that can scar us, and I think Green will kind of just take his hand and just like with like a little bit of healing light, just like ever so slightly touch the, I'm assuming, healing wound on his chest from being speared through the back. They scar us, but it's always a reminder of where we've come from and how we've survived it. If you do truly want a change of scenery, when we get to Dyer's Wharf, I could introduce you to the Gopher Guild, and they can probably set you up with a new line of work, if that's something that you want.
I think we have a choice here. Above board, you could roll a persuasion check now, or we could see, depending on situations that kind of come up ahead, whether or not you would have advantage to roll it again. Right now, it'd be a straight roll, so it's up to you.
I'll wait because I'll let him like think about it.
Okay.
It's hard to be like, do you want to give up this life and go to another? Like,
Yeah. Being magical in charisma, in something that is like kind of fueled by charismatic people usually are charismatic because they're able to identify body language, energies, emotions, however you want to view it. In your case specifically, I think with your patron, there's a part of you that would probably be connected enough to be able to roll this. Roll me either an Arcana or an Insight check.
that is a 6 either way. I'm killing it. Yeah.
You choose. Which one is it?
They're both a +4, so it doesn't matter.
It does matter. You tell me which one it is. It'll always matter.
I'll do Arcana. Why not? Change it up.
Cool. Yeah. I think with a 6, you feel it's hard to like be able to determine. I don't know if you're even like if Korean's like actively trying to feel something here, or even just being open to something kind of passing through. You don't feel. I think magic to magic is a bridge that seems to kind of help probably with that a little bit more. You feel with a 6, you feel that there's nothing about Kofi that is magical, which doesn't surprise you. But because of that, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell what's going on in there. You're healing a scar, but I will say with a 6, you feel that there's some other scarring there that you're not really aware of, and that's okay. Like, it's the same sort of thing that I think what you identify with is you and Titian have had multiple conversations about a situation that has happened and has given 0 details. Both of you. And I think you're okay with that. I think there's like the reality is that there is something there, and that's what's important, not what caused it. But yeah, you feel there's a heavy shell, I think, and definitely a realm of mystery that you agree and may or may not find attractive.
Of course.
Yeah, I think as you touch that healing hand and you feel physically like a form of the scarring, like kind of like moving into like moving forward in the process, whatever. You see him look at you and say, "Thank you. I'll think about it. Whale sharks are completely harmless."
Don't tell Titian that.
But you knew that, didn't you? You did.
And I'll, yeah. As a last.
Go ahead. No, you
go ahead. You go ahead.
To say as like he kind of like he smirks. He's like gives a little bit of laughing. Well, I mean, I'm no whale shark.
I say as I like take my hand away and I go to leave, I know gentleness when I see it. And then as he starts to walk away, I'll just be like, "But if you want it a little less gentle, find me later."
you do that. And he goes, "I said I'm not a right, okay. We were saying the same thing." It's fine. As you, yeah, there's a
With my
part of
6
you.
check, it's like there's a disconnect. Like, yeah.
Yeah, there's just a full disconnect of like you walk away and you're like, oh shit, that's what he was saying. Okay, all right, well, whatever, it's fine. He knows where I
He
see.
got it. We got it.
Cool. So there's one. You walk back to the group. Do you like do you engage with the group at all? Is there anything that like happens here of like a how did it go, or is there just like a nod and a nod?
Yeah, I was gonna let Anthony know. Like, he was, really grateful for the money. Said we didn't need to give him that much, but I think if you ask me, that's a little less than what we kind of owe him for
Yeah,
barging in on his life here.
Yeah. He might say it was too much, but I disagree. So
Agree.
okay, great.
And Titian, man, he said that shark earlier was vicious. So it's
What shark?
It's amazing how that went.
Oh yeah,
life here. Yeah.
Grian's like fucking Duke of the Sharks now. He's like, that's a big shark that he was swimming with. He's yeah.
Titian, if you don't mind, I need you to knot the forward mast. I need someone to.
Oh.
Who's it? All right. Aye, Kofi. Sorry, Captain Kofi. And Titian's gonna like just take his cloak and he's gonna and like go right to the mast and try and like try to make it just as awesome as he can, but like just while like acknowledging like it's sort of trying to leave it unsaid, but also like if he can make eye contact with Kofi, he wants to sort of express both like an apology and a like trying to meet him like halfway because he feels like Kofi is like trying to put himself out there halfway, so he's just trying to meet him there.
Yeah, I think you get the feeling that Kofi neither wants to give or wants an apology. His statement there was the let's move forward.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. And you give a very truly heartfelt, solemn aye Captain.
Yep. Yeah. Get ready for it. It's happening now on. Yeah.
Yep. I know you said that because it's true, like it's a magic item, of course, like eventually like it makes sense that it would form to where Titian's size is, but I just imagine right now like maybe it's taking a little long getting there, so it's still a little short when he does that, so it's just a little, it's even sillier.
It's like if you dressed as a vampire for Halloween, but you accidentally bought the like size too small.
Yeah, you actually bought the kids one. Yeah.
Accidentally bought the kids one. So it's like just barely above Titian's butt.
Love it.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
He still loves it because it's goofy.
Cool. It's a really beautiful moment. I think Ianthe and Grian, you guys kind of like both exchange glances at that, and Adim Adim also hears that and starts to like probably kind of say like, starts to kind of like bark, like not bark orders, but like say like start to kind of call things out in just general sort of sailing terms of like pulling things in. Great.
Can I say like
awesome.
really quick before we cut like below
Yeah,
deck
please.
to Vix? I feel like as the camera fades, you just hear Grian turn to Ianthe and be like, "Do you think with the shell and the storm we could make like a shark tornado?" And then it just like cuts away.
Oh god. You see it like it move. The camera's moving slowly, and then we hear shark tornado, and the camera just moves a little faster just to get out of there. Awesome. And we move above, we move below deck, to our tricky little green friend, Bixeldan.
I don't like
You close the door
music.
behind you. You close the door behind you. You made your choice, friend.
I know.
Are you trying this on in the same room as the girl?
So you said you were going.
That's where I said I was going. Actually, I probably would because it'd probably be the only place I feel I could get not have people around me. Honestly,
Yeah. Uh, there's nothing that's showing any sort of sense of foreboding here, except for the change in music. You take a deep breath and you put the ring on. As soon as you put the ring on, you look around and you see it takes about maybe 20 seconds. You're not in that time, you're not really sure if this worked the way you did, right? There's no one around you, there's no one to tell you you're not visible. I think the time in that time frame of like you thinking like, okay, I'm going to look down at my hands. You look down on your hands and you can see your hands. You see the ring on it. But you see that the ring is no longer bronze. It's a interesting sort of like red tint. You kind of open or close your hands and open them again, and you realize that at this moment, because you're so used to home, you don't realize that looking down you see the floorboards not of the ship but of your home in Eriskar, your room. Looking around, you see the walls exactly the way they were. You hear just very like some like kind of distant off noises of the townspeople. What do you do?
I want to go to the door and look outside the door.
The door of your bedroom.
Yes.
Door of your bedroom, you see, I imagine you're kind of like close to the shop. Like, there's a possibility that maybe your room is like really like the closet, like on the first floor, right?
Mhm.
Like, we never really talked about your room. So,
Right.
what would you see normally?
I would probably be looking right out into the shop. So there'd be
That's
like
what
a
I figured,
work
too.
table and everything.
You look out and you don't hear the sound of tinkering until you open the door and look out, and you see Feswick working at the table, blinking away at something. You see a roaring fireplace in the corner that has this like it's like a cauldron, but it also can it works as a stove, but also something that's probably like a little more alchemical for certain like metals and things like that
Right.
that you'd have to shift around in. That's going strong. You see I actually would like you give me a perception check.
13.
13. Looking around, you see that like everything looks the same. It's like you never left, but there's a haunting thing of it. You know Feswick is dead.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure if this is a memory or what, but it's a little annoying. I think you probably tried to spend some sort of magical energy trying to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. You tell me.
Well, I think the first thing I would want to do is I wanted to see if I could actually feel heat from the furnace or the stove.
Mm. So it's over on the other, like the opposite corner of the room. So you would pass by Fezway, but we'll say
I
that
think
you
the
do
first thing.
that.
Okay, well, the first
Yeah,
thing, if that's the way it's laid out, I want to see what Fezzik is working on.
cool. You start to kind of walk towards the fire and then recognize, okay, wait, hold on. And you turn and look and you hear the clink, clink, clink. And you look at, from the desk, you see that the small, like, ball peen hammer is going up and down next to something in Fezwig's hand. I think you have to kind of strain up. You're pretty sure. I think you have to kind of strain up to see exactly what the table is you're working on. I think if you're coming from his side, I bet you there's probably like a stool or a step thing
Mm-hmm.
that you kind of like stand on,
Sure.
uh, to be able to. You're not on that now, so you're straining. You haven't been able to see from this position until you
Mm-hmm.
strain up, and you see that he's he has a he has something that's kind of like circular in his in his grip. It's about 3 inches around, open. Uh, you see that there's a couple of these things, like made of like some sort of like heavy metal. It doesn't look like it's necessarily definitely not pretty in any way. It's probably just like it just kind of
Mm-hmm.
looks like a hard iron.
Mm-hmm.
Um, do you look up at his face?
I was gonna say, what you working on, boss?
You don't hear a response. Just blink, blink, blink.
Then I'll look at his face.
You look up at his face and you see where his eyes are. His eyes aren't like flashing a color. It's truly looks like what it would look like if you were to take a small light bulb and put it into the socket of where those eyes would be. You see a pinkish glow coming off his face. And you hear a voice in your head.
He's not there. Hello, little one. I'm sure you're aware of who I am, but they tell, what's your name?
Give me an insight check.
Okie doke. Uh, Natural one.
You have no idea who this person is or what this. It didn't sound like it came from Fezwick.
Mm-hmm.
Fezwick is not making any sort of reaction to you being there. You almost feel like you're in like an animatronic representation of the
Mm-hmm.
workshop. It's not real. Do you respond to the voice?
Question. You said pink face.
It's there's a deep pink glow from the sockets of the eyes that are
Would it be
reflecting
similar
kind of
to
like
the
off the
pink
face.
sky of when Tal was talking?
It'd be very similar to the pink sky.
I think I know who you are. And if you're who I think you are, I don't even know that I need to tell you my name.
find it easier in conversations if I pretend. But fair. Tell me how you came across one of my trinkets.
Salvage Law of the Sea was found in a chest.
I see. Well, fair game is fair game. What do you seek in this life, friend?
Knowledge.
I see. I can give you much more than knowledge. The power behind knowing everything is knowing.
Sorry.
The power behind knowing everything is a heavy crown to bear. I would very much like to break that crown and give a piece to my little green friend.
He's waiting for a response.
What do you want? Nothing is free.
I just want you to be steadfast in wanting the truth, knowledge, for knowledge.
So you want me to be steadfast in looking for knowledge? Above board, Chris didn't gather everything that was said there.
That's what he said. Yeah, pretty much.
So you don't need anything from me.
I would like allegiance from you in some way, but we can keep that our secret.
I don't even really know you.
Would you like to?
Yes.
Them
You see a magical glow seems to happen between the two pieces of metal that Fezwick is working on. You see it start to chain together, and as the glow fades down, you see what was made, which is shackles, manacles.
At this point, I'm trying to take the ring off.
You look down at that moment and you see the ring's gone. It's not on your hands anymore.
Oh, gosh. So, what are the shackles for?
allegiance.
What if I don't want to wear the shackles?
this could go another way.
What way could it go?
You mortals like to hear every option, don't you? I can tell you there's an easy way that will give you what you're seeking. Or the hard way that will still allow me to take what I want.
There's no third option here? Like we pretend this didn't happen and
We could just have you stay here. You could live your life like nothing ever happened to our poor Feswick.
does Fez look any different?
Nope. You see him not even really facing you, still kind of like looking down at the table. You see him push the manacles over to your side. Stands with the hammer in his hands and waits. He looks like he's waiting for further instruction.
Okay. If I give you allegiance, will you promise not to hurt the girl? You're going to get what you want one way or another.
We all have a part to play in this story. She is included in that. Thank you for helping me find her. I will say where she goes, she'll not only be unharmed, but she will get what she wants.
You see the manacles immediately fly off the table, connect themselves to you. Actually, I'm going to say one of them clicks. I need you to roll me an insight check, but it's not for you. So actually, I'm sorry. I need you to roll me a d20.
A D20?
Mm-hmm.
16.
It's not for you. Okay. There's one more chance at this. I rolled a 17.
Gosh.
As we start to hear the other manacle close, I need you to roll one more d20 for me. You got to beat a 15. Okay. The manacles click and glow pink. You feel the energy travel up your arms. And as they do so, you feel a sense of separation from your skin, from your bad back, your headache, your everything that you may be feeling here that has any sort of representation of a reminder of your mortality slips away. Your intelligence moves higher than you ever thought possible. I'd like you to add a +4 to your ability score. That intelligence.
There's a button here somewhere.
Welcome to the family. Sultan, you made the right choice. I'll call on you soon.
At this point, you feel hands grip your arms and pull you back. You're in the room. It's just you. You quickly try to gather your surroundings and notice Alyssa's gone. And you look down as Alyssa is holding your wrists and she's crying. I'm sorry, I tried. I could feel where you were. I didn't know. I tried to play. What happened? You can't respond in this moment, but you feel your mouth moving. You hear your words as you say, "It's okay. I made it out. I'm fine." And with that, I'm going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.